Hey, what's up, everybody? If you're just catching in, I am playing the first level of every Tomb Raider game. Happy International Women's Day. I felt like it'd be fun to play a little bit of classic Tomb Raider. And firstly, I just wanted to go through the first levels of every Tomb Raider game. And Tomb Raider, if you know me in my personal life, or it's one of my favorite game series of all time. Remember for the very first time, seeing Tomb Raider be played way back in, I think it was 1999. I went to go visit my cousin and my aunt. They lived next door at the time, and we had never. I don't know if that was the first. I feel like for some, I feel like I think it was at the time like my first 3D game ever, like three-dimensional, graphics. Like seeing that for the first time just blew my mind away. And then of course, you know, uh, just the game just blew me away, and then Lara Croft became automatically my favorite freaking female heroine of all time. Got the games, like I think it was like a year or so after that. I think it was later that year. Tried to get it on PC first, but at the time PC compatibility with newer operating systems, because the game was built for Windows 95, but we had a Windows 98 computer, and
Welcome to my home. I'll
sadly,
take you on a guided tour.
it was not the same kind of way it is now with
Use the
getting
D-pad to
older
go into
things
the
and
music
having
room.
mods to get older games to work on newer systems like that. So nah, it didn't get to work too well. But I had that. I had the demo for 2 and then demo for 3. But it wasn't until I got the PlayStation 1 for Christmas that following year, or I think that same year, that I was able to play the games finally, and it was like without any issues, and it was so much fun.
Okay,
And
let's do some tumbling. Now press it again and quickly press
I
one
just
of the
immediately fell in love with
directions
the
and I'll jump
series,
that way.
and you know, I I mean, Lara Croft remains, like literally the queen of gaming, for good reason. I mean, she was a pioneer and broke the glass ceiling literally for women in video games. I mean, it's just, you know. And also, I love this house section. I mean, one of the coolest things they could have done, first of all, that gave so much personality to that gave so much depth to her character and the game series as a whole. It's just, aside from this awesome kind of 360 menu, I mean, look at that, the sunglasses, the headphones, it just adds that beautiful layer of personality. But aside from that, they had at least for the first few games, they had this sort of intro tutorial level where you go through her home to try to learn the controls and get used to how to jump, back and forth and left and right and all that. The first 2 games didn't include weapons as part of the tutorial, but the first level sort of kind of eases you into using the combat. I'll show you in a moment, but it was just so cool. And then for them to add like her home as a sort of tutorial just really added a lot to Laura as a person. And I think Toby Gard, Lara Croft's creator, had a lot to do with that, and a lot with bringing this depth to her. It's just really beautiful.
Ah, the main hall. Sorry about the crates. I'm having some things put into storage and the delivery people haven't been yet.
I love that. And if you guys haven't yet, check out Steve of War on YouTube. He's an amazing Lara Croft / Tomb Raider retrospective guy. I mean, his videos have taken years to produce. He puts this incredible effort into it. And
Run up
I'll
to a
drop a
crate,
link in the
and while still
description. But
pressing forward, press action,
he said
and I'll
something really
vault up
cool and
onto it.
interesting about this part. He goes, he loves the fact that they could have literally just left these boxes here for anything, like just with no explanation, but they went they wanted to give her this sort of personality and this kind of breakout kind of sense of character, that they said that literally they gave the boxes an explanation, like, oh, she's moving things into storage and the delivery people haven't been, so that's why all the boxes are in her living room. And it's just so cool. Like, it feels like she's such a real person in that way. And for an era where the graphics were definitely, if any, just starting to kind of get realistic. I mean, for the time. I mean, right now what you're looking at is sort of a remaster that's made for PC, so it's not very like the original PS1 graphics are totally fuzzy and everything. But for the time, it was revolutionary. It was really cool to try to add realism not only in the graphics but in the person as well.
This used to be the ballroom, but I've converted it into my own personal gym. What do you
What do you
think?
think?
Well, let's do some exercises.
And the first voice of Lara Croft was actually Shelley Blonde. I
I
mean, she
don't
sort of
actually run
set the
everywhere.
standard for
With the
everybody.
walk button down, I won't fall
And
off even if you try to make me.
Really
Go on.
awesome. She
If
was
you want
actually
to
my
look around,
favorite for
press
quite
and
a
hold the
while
look
until I think
button.
Keely Halls came
Then
on the
press in
scene
the
during the
direction you
Legends
want to
series.
look.
You know, I think Shelley Blonde definitely added, really set the standard for the Lara Croft sort of voice and personality to come.
If a
And
jump is too
what
far
was
for me,
presented, of course, in the
I
first
can
game,
grab the ledge and save myself from a
which
nasty
was
fall.
totally awesome.
Walk to the edge with the white line until I won't go any further. Then press jump immediately. Press forward and I'll climb up.
So this is a mod called Open Lara. So it takes the original PS1 ROM of the game and sort of just remasters it. So that's why if you look here, you see the PS1 controller instead of the keyboard. Because usually, if you're playing the PC version of Tomb Raider, you'll see sort of instead of the PS1 controller, you'll see a keyboard or a couple keys, and it makes more sense because you're on the computer. But it's cool that you're able to see that sort of controller little flying around 3D graphic, because this is based on the PS1 version, which was the one I got for Christmas that year.
If I do a running
my
jump,
favorite version
walk to the edge with the white line until I
at
stop.
the time. Now the PC
Then
version I
let
can
go
get it
of
running,
walk
so
and
it
tap
looks great. But
backwards to give me a run up. Press forward and almost immediately press and hold the jump button.
I will say something
I
about
won't
Shelley
actually
Blonde though.
jump
One
until
thing
the
I
last
love
minute.
about her performance is that she
Right,
sort of has
this is
like
a really
kind
big
of
one.
Spice
So
Girl
do a
voice
running jump
to her
exactly
Lara
as
Croft,
before,
which is really
except
cool.
while I'm in the air, press and hold the action button to make me grab the ledge.
Ooh, and
Nice.
nice. Alright. Alright. Remember, I always used to try to get to that 5 without touching the floor.
Try to vault up here. Press forward. I can't climb up because the gap is too small.
Yeah,
press
in the
right,
first game,
and I'll
she didn't
shimmy
yet have
sideways
the
until
ability
there
to
is
crawl
room.
through
Then
crawl
press forward.
spaces or like little areas like that,
Tap
so she would have
backwards,
to shimmy
and I'll jump off backwards.
until
Immediately
she
press and hold
could
the
get to a
action
ledge where
button,
she had enough room
and
to
I'll
climb
grab
up.
the ledge on the way down.
It was until Tomb Raider 3 that she got the ability to crawl through spaces.
Let's go for a swim.
Alright, let's go
The
for
jump
a
button and the
swim.
directions move me around underwater.
Swan dive. I love that swan dive. And I think one of the reasons why I was so captivated by Tomb Raider and Lara Croft in the beginning especially, and over the years, you know, for that PS1 era, I mean, to have the character kind of move so kind of realistically, like you move around and it feels, even though tank controls get a bit of...
Ah, air.
Figured I was like, let me
Just
let
use
her
forward
come. I was like, let
and
me
left and
let me
right
put her up
to
before she
maneuver around on the
drops. My bad.
surface. Press jump to dive down for another swim about, or
Oh
go
yeah,
to the
this
edge
game
and
had
press
this
action
particular
to climb
open
out.
Lara thing has a mod where you can go into first person. It's pretty cool. You literally will be in first person. It's crazy. But yeah. So like I was trying to like I was gonna say about the realism. I mean, like I was blown away, especially from that first moment, because like I'd never seen a game where a person's moves so realistically, like they were an actual person, and then like moving them around the controller, you're like, wow, this is like so realistic. I mean, mind you, it was like 20 odd years ago, but yeah.
Right. Now I'd better take off these wet clothes.
Obviously, games have gotten way more realistic since, but I mean, this really revolutionized the industry as we know it. And yeah, that was the intro level right there. And I actually love that little tidbit where she's like, oh, you know, I better take off these wet clothes. I mean, it's very well known and kind of infamous, especially now looking back, that Lara was very much seen as a sex symbol in the early days, you know, in the early Tomb Raiders. And funny thing though, I don't think this was very much an intention of her original creator, Toby Gard. So Toby Gard obviously understood that she was an attractive woman, that she was, you know, meant to have sort of a sexiness about her, of course. The sexiness, though, I think in Toby Gard's eyes was something that she wasn't meant to be kind of... He didn't necessarily want it to be turned into sort of a pinup girl situation, where she was kind of, you know, made as gaming's pinup girl, that everybody had posters of her, and she was sort of like all sexy in all these positions all over the place. I think it was more so that he wanted her to be able to be a sexy woman or an attractive woman. But, you know, of course, there's unbelievable amount of deeper layers, you know, beneath just the appearance. You know, she's fiercely intelligent, incredibly intellectual, and, you know, has this, you know, incredible personality and wit about her. And I think Toby Gard really wanted that to shine more, and you can see that's evident all over the game, and you can even see it from the first, cutscene, where she's an attractive woman who's much more than her appearance and much more than that, and is able to kind of quick-wittingly turn on people's advances and all that stuff. And I think in the first game, especially, she's not very sexualized, even in a lot of her noises. But I think after Toby Gard left after part one, and because he left Tomb Raider after part one because he wasn't very happy with the fact that she was becoming gaming's pinup girl and kind of sexualized in media, so he left and wouldn't come back until Tomb Raider Legend, which is the seventh game in the series. So after one, you can start to hear a lot of her noises get a little more sexual. So I think that's interesting. It's a weird coincidence that when Toby Gard leaves, her noises and a lot of her sexualization comes more into focus. But I do have to give them some credit. Even after Toby Gard leaves, and this is the case where her pulling up and whatever may sound a little more sexual, at least, if there's anything I love about the Tomb Raider games, her sexuality and all that is never, like, the forefront of it. It's never that, oh, that's all it is. And it's never, oh my god, like, we're playing this for gratuity, per se, at least in terms of the actual story in the game. It's always about Laura as a person front and center, and I love that. So let's load up the first level. Alright. And so this was the introduction to Lara Croft as a character to the world. Now the cutscenes might be a little fuzzy, so you might not be able to make out things too well, but I love that. It's so funny how, I mean, of course, she's in like a freezing area of Peru, and it's like nothing but short shorts and a tube top and a little sweater just sort of covering her body. But I love it. It's something that's cool about the original kind of interpretation of Lara Croft. She's sort of like this kind of superhero badass that just immune to the effects of weather. See from the wolves. Gonna attack her climbing buddy. Oh, well, I guided her to the temple. And it was just so cool how they had that big reveal. She just comes out. Oh man, her poor climbing partner guy got killed there. It's just such an epic introduction to the character and the series as a whole. I mean, she comes out guns blazing, jumping from that huge height with no, like, damage whatsoever to her body, and just throws the thing off. It's like such a cool badass intro. So yep. So here we go. We start with caves. This is the first Tomb Raider game level ever. Very very chill, kind of intro level. A great almost sort of tutorial even for people who didn't do the house. Because, I mean, here you get to use your guns for the first time as opposed to Laura's house, where she doesn't have the guns in the first game, at least. And you're introduced to your first trap here. You have your little darts being blown. Fun fact, according to Steve of War, these are actually... This is actually meant to be people blowing the darts. Like, I guess, like, people attacking the intruder or such. I thought this was just an automatic trap set by, like, the cave or by the ancestors or the people who, had, or like the ancient Incan civilization that had this cave, I suppose. But as part of the kingdom. But no, it's actually supposed to be people in there, I think. And I'm like, huh, interesting. I never realized there was people throwing the darts at me. And yeah, if you continue on to this far and you get the first secret of the game, really cool. You pick the... There's one thing I loved is, that little noise. It's the little things like that brought out Laura's that helped build Laura's character and like the environment and the character of the game. It was just sort of like that little secret noise. It was super cool. And yeah. So, okay, so in the original Tomb Raider 1, it doesn't spin like that per se. That's actually meant to look more like the later games in the series, like Last Revelation and Chronicles in particular, where the graphic of the item that you pick up would start to spin in full 3D rotation. In the first game, I think it sort of just comes out as a little picture in the bottom right. Um, in this game, actually, because technically this is the first game. But since this is the modded version, it shows the 3D graphic spinning. Yeah. And you find your first enemies here, the bats. I actually think there's another secret. Let me head on over. Alright. Oops. There's one thing also that kind of mesmerized me by Lara Croft when I was just like, how the hell does somebody do such a perfectly perfect backflip? Okay, I know she's not a real person, and I was aware of that as a kid too, but it's just being that this was meant to look sort of like realistic human movement. I just always was amazed that any human could do such a perfect backflip like that. It's insane. It's like literally like perfect backflip. Yeah. So from here we find the game's second secret, which is another small medikit. And those medikits actually come in big handy as the game goes on, trust me. The difficulty level starts to spike, especially towards the end of the game, so you definitely want to keep those medkits handy. Let's see. From here, this first level is actually definitely much more fleshed out in the remake, which I'm going to get to later on. Let's see. There's sort of like these climbing areas and the grappling hook. And one interesting fact too about this game, the PC version had sort of this ambient soundtrack that's just in the background, which is also in the but it's also in the original PlayStation version. But the PlayStation version actually has like a soundtrack of tracks, like a score. And one of the best examples I can give is this one right here. So that little indicator of like a new area found or like a kind of mystery opening up is not present in the PC version original. There's actually a mod that you can install if you do own the PC version, aside from this one. If you're using the actual Steam version of the game, there is a way to get the PlayStation music into that version. It's like a couple files you have to copy over. And it works really well. It's like playing a up-res 1080p version of the PS1 original without using emulation. Yeah. Yep, just killing animals left and right back in the 90s. Well, there's one funny thing that I remember hearing about, and this is a really rather creepy skeleton-looking guy, just like, I guess it's meant to be a body of somebody who died in the caves, but it's in a weird position, just like totally like crunched up into a ball, or something like that. But oh yeah, so interesting tidbit. So the original creators, including Toby and a couple other guys, I forget the name of the producers and designers of the game, they said that they originally started using this. They used this idea of kind of attacking animals more so than people because it wasn't because they were trying to present things in a more realistic manner and all that. It was kind of a horrifying kind of thing at the time that so many people were getting killed in video games and stuff like that. So they decided it was a little less. It was a little less jarring if we had her killing animals as opposed to so many people. Because she does fight people in the game for sure, but it's much more animal threats that she faces in the game as opposed to human threats. And let's see, that's pretty much I think what they mentioned. You know, they said it's funny now because now I think people will be more alarmed by the amount of animals being killed, especially since she's killing like endangered species. But that's too much. These people are too funny. I'm just killing the bear and the bat. Which the bear is like kind of stuck in that and there. I think usually he's supposed to come out. There are some quirks to this open Lara engine, sort of remaster engine that they did. Sometimes certain enemies get stuck in certain places. Like I think that bear would have just easily come out in the original version. But yeah, the other Tomb Raider games we're gonna be playing are the original versions. I chose to show open Lara for this one because I can only get it to work right with the first game, even though there are still some quirks like that bear. There are some quirks like the bear not, not coming out of the cave, which is an interesting kind of quirk. Let's see. And the save crystals, of course, which are an interesting little thing. It's funny how since this is based on the PS1 version, it has the save crystals. The save crystals were only present in the PS1 version. Yes, another wolf fight. Which, this particular score, this particular track on the soundtrack was super famous. I mean, it freaked me out as a kid when I heard it. It was like kind of a scary tone to let you know that danger's coming, which is a good indicator, but I used to be scared of this music for other reasons. Like, I was very little. I used to be scared of this music a little, so I used to turn it down. Especially when the T-Rex comes out. It plays this track as well. And, yeah. It was freaky at the time, but, you know, looking in retrospect, you're like, it's such a good soundtrack. It really brings the game to life, which is why I was like so jarred that it wasn't in the PC version, especially, you know, being that PCs were more capable of probably having a dynamic soundtrack like that. I love, more darts. I just love that, that sort of like beautiful ambient kind of mystery like score. Another wolf. Ooh, crumbling floors. Yeah, there's plenty of those in that, and there's plenty of those in this game. That you find yourself in situations where there's a lot of crumbling ground that you have to quickly run over so as to not fall. And funny thing also about why she fights a lot of animals as opposed to humans. I think they mentioned in the behind the scenes that of Tomb Raider Anniversary, they're explaining about the first game. They couldn't do humans so well in the original, so they didn't have as many because they thought it would be a little bit more awkward looking. So the animals were just sort of easier to animate. I think you have to love something about this. They have this sort of really really crazy kind of warning music. Well, there's one wolf, and use the same exact music for then the giant T-Rex that you face two later levels, 2 levels later. Yeah. Oops. All right, so we safely drop down. And yeah, that's pretty much caves, which is awesome. It's a very easy to get into early level. I mean, definitely much, I think, easier for newbies to get into than Tomb Raider 2's intro level, which we're about to do right now. And I love Tomb Raider 2's intro level, don't get me wrong. It's just very much a bigger challenge than part 1. So, alright, let's go ahead and cancel out this, and let's go to the second game. Alright. Skyrim. Alright, let's see. I think it should launch fine without any problems. Let's see. Yep. Looks good. Looks like my sound kind of got jittery for a moment there. Alright, new game. It is very possible that the cutscene you're watching might actually be just like in the top left hand corner of the screen and not fill the whole screen. Which is alright. There's a bug since it's in a different resolution than the screen than my usual desktop, which is 1080p. It might show up differently like that, yeah. Yeah, she totally gets left behind by the pilot, which is really messed up. So yeah, Tomb Raider 2 is interesting. It actually starts you off with the shotgun and the pistols together. Yeah. Should roll, and you get these flares. Ooh, tiger. yeah, Tomb Raider 2 is definitely a much bigger game. It really ups the ante in terms of scope and scale, and just really just goes over the top at times, which is good and bad. Bad at times because you might get lost, but good, and because the challenge is sort of present from the beginning. Whereas with Tomb Raider 1, there's a pretty decent difficulty curve. Starts out, good and easy, and then kind of goes up from there. Tomb Raider 2, kind of just, it's kind of random with its difficulty curve. I mean, it's first level for me, but being that I've played this game forever, it's not a particularly hard one. But for newcomers that were trying to get into the series and play Tomb Raider 2's first level first, it's not an easy starting point, for sure. I just want to check something. Sorry, I was just making sure that something isn't wrong. So I looked for some reason like my graphics are being a little choppy, but I think that's just maybe just the game. Do you find it funny that her flare doesn't go out? Oh yeah, there's a flare. Alright. And jump and grab. So yeah, if you... what I mentioned right there about when Toby Gard left and her noises started to get a little more sexual, I mean, that pulling up sound definitely sounds definitely more sexual than the one in part 1, but like I said, I still like that her personality and who she is kind of just more front and center in the story of the game, and it's beautiful open areas, and they definitely up the ante with the visual in this game in terms of scope. I mean, you can just see how this is meant to portray like a wide open space in a very beautiful sense, much in contrast to part 1, which had mostly indoor spaces you were exploring. And right up from the back, I mean, it takes you beyond that and just shows you this kind of vast kind of area. I mean, vast for the time. I mean, for now, I know it's very contained, but you know. And swan dive. All right, key, and we are out of here. And immediately we're faced with 2 tigers. Ah, ah. Oof. Nice. Alright, guess 1 tiger. Maybe I thought there was 2. It's been a while. I think I've played Tomb Raider 2 and 1's level the most. First level, that is. I haven't, and Tomb Raider 4's. I've beaten that level, that first level, like a bunch of times, but Tomb Raider 3 and Chronicles, not so much. Tomb Raider 4, the first level does play out a lot like a tutorial, so unfortunately that one's very slow. It's a very slow introduction to the game. I mean, it's good for new people who are not used to the series, but for people who are veterans and have played the previous 3, not to completion, but at least a good amount, you won't really need to have all that explanation. But I mean, it's helpful anyway. I mean, it's helpful for new gamers, especially new to the series, which a lot of people were at the time that 4 did come out. I mean, it was definitely, it was the year Last Revelation came out that I got the PlayStation 1 and when I started getting the Tomb Raider games. So that was a new game at the time. Alright, rusty key. Ah! Ah! Spider's biting me. Crazy. The spiders like made my skin crawl, I remember, because it's like, ugh. It's like creepy, crawly little things. Oh, and there's one. And they come like out of nowhere. I mean, like literally there's one that just came from back there, even though I just cleared that area a moment ago. It's weird how they'll have these like bodies just like lying around there. So yeah, I'm supposed to pull this box or block. It's interesting how they have these blocks just sort of just like you can just drag around. They had them in 1 too, but they weren't in the first level. Uh, so yeah, this section you're supposed to shimmy across because a bunch of traps activate, and I tried swimming through them when I first played this demo way back in the day, and it was not good. It was really bad. You literally get cut to bits, and it's so bad. Freaking. I remember once we found this shimmy like option, we were like in such relief. Me and my brother were like, "What? So much easier." Let's see. All right. Let's go from here. All right. Here's when things get a little crazy. Just to be safe, I'm going to save. Yeah, right. Ready? Alright, here we go. It's a bunch of traps to activate at once. You have spikes, then you got boulders, then you got more spikes, and you gotta jump over these spikes to go into an area with more spiked walls coming at you. Oh no! Oh no! And I almost got killed, and I'm getting killed. Ah! Okay, it's a good thing I saved. I'm trying very hard not to get her killed, so... Which is because I've actually done this level so many times, and I usually pass that part with no issue, but I think I must have kind of fudged it there for a moment. So, yep, you jump over the spikes to get into the area with more spikes. And quickly... Ooh, okay, good, I glitched the wall. And then you go over more spikes, and then there's freaking saws that you gotta jump over, or whatever those are, like bloody swords. Get the secret. Ooh! Ooh, before the spikes get you. And more rolls of spikes are coming in. I mean, it's definitely a thrilling first level. It's probably one of my favorite intro levels to Tomb Raider, because since I was an experienced vet, once I started getting used to this level, it was just so much fun. It's like a roller coaster ride. Ooh, let me heal up. There's some more spiders. These guys are all over this level. So there's actually a secret area down here. You can just go straight to the end of the level there, but there's a secret area that I remember I discovered, I think, once I got the PS1 version, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. I wonder what that's about. So you go down to this area. You're wondering at first where this is going to go, because if you've played this level before, you know that the end of the level is the other way. So you're like, Oh, and that's another thing. I love how they kind of added this little to like the when she picks up an item in part 2. It's definitely definitely very, very character building. It's so cool. So let's see. Alright, I tend to just kind of grab and drop, grab and drop. It's kind of faster than just climbing all the way down. It kind of just works more organically. So for some reason, there's a T-Rex. I'm like, what? There's a T-Rex in China. In China. Which is bizarre. But I mean, hey. I mean, look. There's a T-Rex in part 1, so I can't hate on that. I mean, I can't hate. What am I saying? I can't, I can't find that too bizarre. But it's just the fact that it's down here in this area just like totally comes out of the darkness. Like there's clearly no other way in and out of this area other than that one way we came in, so but again, remember, this is a big game, and it's maybe there's another entrance that we can't see due to the game technology. Oh, and there's another one. Things are no joke. I mean, you do not want to get around their mouth because they will kill you instantly. got him. I mean, what a crazy first level. I mean, come on. She literally killed 2 T-Rexes within the first half an hour of the game. I mean, that is crazy. I mean, it is cool that you get these little rewards. I mean, you get flares and medikit and a grenade launcher, which is which is really cool. I mean, it's cool. I like how they threw that into a lot of the games. You get some good weapons really early on if you know where to find them, like in secret areas, like that one. Which the grenade launcher would have definitely come in handy with killing the T-Rexes, but I I was able to take them down with the pistols, which you definitely can. It just takes a little maneuvering. Again, another vote for things got more sexual when Toby Gard left. I mean, you're climbing up this wall, and the camera's very clearly zoomed in on her ass. Which... Oh god, I can't. It's just too funny. I mean... And even her climbing noises sound vaguely sexual, which is, yeah. I think it's either Tomb Raider 3 or 4, I believe, where she sounds the most kind of sexualized her noises, but again, you know. It was a lot of the surface stuff about Laura that was sexual. I mean, the appearance, the noises, etc. I mean, there's a lot of kind of her outfits, etc. But, and I made this argument to one of my friends. I'm like, look, I understand that maybe she was kind of put up as gaming's pinup girl and everything, and she was made to look sexy. She had sexy outfits and everything, maybe rather unrealistic outfits in certain parts of the world for the sake of looking sexy. But, like I said, with Toby, I think Toby Gard especially, I mean, definitely respected the person that Laura was underneath, and that's what always shown, I think, it always shown despite, I mean, of course, a lot of guys and boys probably were like, you know, oh my god, they thought she was super hot and everything, and that's what got them interested in playing the game, etc. But, you know, you stay for the awesome gameplay, but also at the same time, you know, Laura as a person gets to shine just so, you know, fiercely beyond just the sexual appearance that she was very obviously given in the beginning, especially in the early games. Which I think Toby was super happy about. More tigers. And of course, I mean, dual pistols. I mean, this is literally one of Lara Croft's trademarks. I mean, these pistols are literally character defining. I think she sort of popularized the idea of akimbo, dual pistols. I mean, she was the poster person for dual pistols for ages. I mean, and for some reason, yeah, I was gonna say, for some reason, drawing pistols made my flare come out, which is kind of funny. And, okay, so you're about to hear, okay, so after the first game, Laura's voice actress, Shelley Blonde, couldn't come back due to other commitments, so, her second voice actress took on the role of Lara Croft, and that's Judith Gibbons. She would play Lara Croft in Tomb Raiders 2 and 3. And you're about to hear her voice. It's definitely a much more kind of mature, kind of not older, but I guess more mature woman of age sounding voice, like almost as if Laura was sort of more like a mid-30s or something, kind of Laura. But it's interesting. Or maybe just like kind of just like a... She's definitely younger, I know that for a fact in this game, but it just... kind of like a more kind of mature sounding voice. Interesting. So smooth.
Pardon me, if that was just your way of trying the doors for me.
That's one of her best lines of all time. I love it.
Though not anymore. So after you.
I loved actually Judith Gibbons' performance. I thought she did such a great Laura. A lot of her wit came out
I
like
understand
this.
that somehow is in my favor. So indulge me about the dagger. I'd be indebted with your life.
What? How badass is that? And it's like such a fancy badass way to say it.
And then the dagger's blade will honor the hearts of those who believe.
It's like badassery mixed with
So
fancy
unless
kind of
you
royal
pledge your
speaking.
loyalty as well
And which one is that?
to the sins and fortunes of Marco Bartoli.
Intellectual badassery, would put it. This one guy kills himself for the cause of his
Perhaps not just yet, then.
cult. Let's put it that way.
Aha, Gianni Bartelli. Via Caravelli, Venice.
And if there's anything I can really say that I love about that is that, you know, voice acting, especially back then in video games, wasn't necessarily like something that was done extraordinarily well. But I mean, you know, Lara Croft from the get-go, I mean, had great voice acting. I mean, sure, maybe it's not perfect, especially to today's standards, but really, really character defining, very, very good. I mean, especially for the time. I mean, very, very cool. You know, very good. Just voice actors that were able to just create this character and just bring her to life in a very lovable and very cool way. Okay, so now we're gonna go on to Tomb Raider 3. This is the first level of Tomb Raider 3 that we're about to play, and I just need to get out of the stream. I mean, not the stream. Sorry, let's get out of here really quickly. I don't know what that's about. No, I do not want to exit. Alright, let's go to Tomb Raider 3, which I have to launch from Steam because I have a problem launching it with the other app. I don't know why. Oh, no, that's the cutscene. Definitely have to do launch setup. For some reason, with this game, I have to set it to 1080p at the start of every play session, which is fine. I mean, it takes a moment. It doesn't take too much. I don't know if I should put dithering. You know what? I'm just going to leave it like that. So Tomb Raider 3 I haven't played in quite a while, so I think this level might take me a little longer. Which is totally cool, just... My camera kind of keeps spinning the other way. Alright. I wish I would have let the intro cutscene for Tomb Raider 2 play. It's actually probably one of my favorite introductions. And Tomb Raider 3 has a good one too. It's sort of like this showing of like the meteor that destroyed, I guess, like the dinosaurs back in the day and everything, just coming into Earth and just blowing everything up. Well, not everything, but... And then the site of that, I think, meteor's collision with Earth in the modern day in Antarctica, which is where the climax of this game takes place, in Antarctica. And one of the craziest and probably most difficult boss fights of the entire series, this spider guy, that you have to pick up the 4 artifacts to get him vulnerable again, because he's invulnerable until you pick them up, and he has this really annoying instant kill attack. So yeah, so it's sort of like this instant kill kind of fiery attack that he does, and it's so annoying. It's impossible to dodge it. So you literally will get killed if you get hit by it. So you have to somehow get the artifacts fast enough so as to not have him, you know, like so as to not have him fire that at you. And I think you're able to stun him with your weapon, so I think that works. But so yeah, these guys are digging and they're looking for, I think, meteorite artifacts or something. Easter Island heads. Sorry, I keep trying to fix the camera a little better to get kind of looking more kind of... I think that's better. The camera's probably further away now, but it's fine. Totally forgot what that part is about, but yeah. So I figured I actually didn't just realized I didn't show Lara's house either in the second level, which is funny because the second game that is, because she actually has the butler in that one. But that's fine. Let's just go on into Laura's house in number 3. And I cannot walk. Hold on, I'm gonna have to try to fix that. Yeah, I have a problem getting Pinnacle Game Launcher to work with this one. Pinnacle Game Profiler. It allows you to map keyboard keys to a game. Dang it. Sorry. I just put the original PlayStation version if this doesn't work out. Huh. I don't think this is gonna work. Hold on. If I press S, my stream is gonna close, and that's apparently the back button.
Welcome back to my humble abode. Feel free to take a
Could
look
just
around.
play combo. Hold on. Let me try something. Let me try to get Pinnacle to turn on. And then just jump back to the other window. Oh, it just opens up a separate window of Tomb Raider 3. This one I know for a fact is not 1080p, so it's not going to look good. But you know what? I'm going to have to do it because that's the only way I'm going to be able to control the game fully. Alright, the resolution has changed, so you might see the couple black bars around the game, but, you know, it's fine. Just going to have to leave it like that. See, now I can control with no issues, so I knew, but I'll have to figure
Welcome
that for
back to
another
my
time.
humble abode. Feel free to take a look
So
around.
Tomb Raider 3 is definitely one of the most divisive games in the series. For good reason. I mean, I literally just described a moment ago a terrible ending boss fight that is really challenging and just crazy. But there are a lot of great things about this game. I mean, it really ups the ante again, but in really cool ways. I mean, there's a lot more outside environments. Part 2 had a lot of not so much
If you
indoor.
want to
Part
look
2
around,
had a lot of
press
urban
and hold the
environments.
look button. Then press in the direction
As
you want
opposed
to
to
look.
like classic kind of tomb environments like from part 1, which was really cool about part 1. I think was the sort of kind of tomb raiding kind of environments, obviously like in lieu with the game. But yeah, part 2 took it a lot more urban, and you're fighting a lot more human enemies as opposed to animals. So yeah, it was definitely a lot less tombs and much more kind of urban landscapes. Funny thing though, there's a lot of tomb-like traps in these urban landscapes. So there's like a lot of boulders and stuff just coming out of urban buildings, and it just doesn't make any sense. But you know, your suspension of disbelief and all that. But so this assault course was also in Tomb Raider 2's intro. I'm about to show you, but it doesn't come out in the first one, of course, because that's sort of
Let's see
like
how
the
quickly
indoor
the
gym.
assault course can be completed.
So in
Are
part,
you ready?
so it's interesting. Part 1 has the indoor gym in her house. Part 2 has the outside assault course, and the inside is sort of just a regular ballroom where the gym used to be. And then of course the rest of her house. But part 3 has them both. So it has the indoor gym and it has out here. So it really was sort of like the biggest version of Laura's house we had seen yet. And there's even an assault course for the moped, I believe, that you're able to get, or ATV. Oh, my bad. Let me go back to the beginning. Not assault course. It's like a driving course for the moped. Alright. So let's see what a good time I can get on here is. Oops. Wow. Okay. Just penaltied 8 seconds. right flip, front flip, left flip. Actually, it wasn't a front flip. That was just a jump. Ooh, nice. It's very rarely that I can actually capture the middle like that. I usually have to go from the left to the right. But so yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, her house definitely gets an upgrade here. I mean, how cool is it that you get this kind of monkey bars kind of situation going on now? I mean, it's one of the abilities that she gets added in the third game, along with crouching. By the way, like I mentioned when we were doing her the playthrough of the first house, from part one, you couldn't yet you couldn't yet climb into small spaces, but you could do that in this one. And there's a sprint button, which was great. I mean, you could run at a faster speed. It definitely upgraded her moveset for sure, this one. Despite the fact that a lot of the classic series games get accused of having very similar controls. But in a way, it's kind of like if it's not broken, don't fix it kind of situation, with the exception of maybe, the added moves, of course. But most of the core gameplay kind of feels still the same. The jumping, the running, the platforming, albeit in more challenging and ingenious ways. And so you see, right, we're about to do the crawling. There you go. You can crawl underneath. And pick up the pistols for the first time in Laura's house. So, this incredible mansion that she has, by the way. I mean, it's insane. She does come from royalty, technically. Oh, she's shooting Winston. So yeah, Tomb Raider 2, was the introduction of her butler Winston, who does actually remain in the series. I feel bad. I want to shoot him. I feel bad. He's wearing a target. Like, he's just ready to accidentally take some stray bullets. But yeah. So Winston was 3 minutes 25 seconds and 96 milliseconds. Interesting. So yeah, Winston is her loyal butler that follows her around. Albeit he is extremely slow in terms of his movement. I mean, he is a very old man, poor thing. But he's super cool though. A lot of people used to lock him in the freezer. I actually did that a couple times.
Let's go into the gym. Those of you who've been here before, I don't actually run everywhere. When I want to be careful, with the walk button down, I won't fall off, even if you try to make me.
So
if the jump
yeah.
is too far for me, I can grab the ledge and save myself from a nasty fall.
The interesting thing is,
Press
so
forward and I'll
not
climb up.
Camilla. Oh my goodness. Camilla's actually the voice of
If
the
I
newest
do a
Lara
running
Croft.
jump, I can make a
So,
jump like that. Walk to the edge with the
Judith
white line
Gibbons.
until I stop.
There you go. Judith Gibbons,
Then let go
the
of walk and tap backwards
voice
to
of
give me
Laura
one up.
in 3.
Okay, this is a
Continuing from
huge
2.
jump.
She was the first
So do a running
Laura
jump
to
exactly
reprise
as
her
before,
role.
except
So
while I'm in the air,
she
press and hold the action button to make me grab the ledge.
it's interesting. So she sort of kind of does a very similar script
Excellent.
for Laura's house, for Laura's gym area house. Gym area part of the
Try
house,
to
that
vault
is.
up here. Press forward and hold action. I can't climb up because the gap is too small. But
So there's a
press
lot of
right
the script
and
that
I'll shimmy
sounds similar to
sideways
what
until
Shelley
it's
Blanc
ready.
was saying in the first game.
Then press
If you
forward
remember
and I'll
from
climb well
earlier,
done.
it's
If there's a long
interesting
drop and
how
I don't want to hurt myself jumping off,
they kind of
I
copied
can
a lot
let
of that
myself down
script,
carefully.
and
Tap
then
backwards and I'll jump off backwards. Immediately press and hold the action button and I'll grab the ledge on. Next
but
I'll
then
show you
since
my
there's
crawl.
new,
First, vault onto the block. Now
So
hold down the
there's-
crawl button. This will make me crouch down.
so you
And
see,
keep
there's
holding it while
new
using
kind
the
of
directional
there's a
buttons
new
to
part of
move
the script
through
though
the
that's
gap.
added because
At the
there's
end,
new abilities that
turn
they want
around
to
and drop me
introduce you
off the
to.
ledge. Make sure to keep the action button pressed or I'll fall. Now let
Since
go.
you do start on the inside of the house again in part 3, like you did in part 1, as
Push
opposed to
forward
part
and hold
2,
down the crawl button.
where
To get to
Laura's
those really
house
high places,
brings you
sometimes you'll
outside
need to climb.
first, and
Let's
then you
try
go
that now.
inside from there.
Walk
The,
up to the climbing frame, then press and hold the action button so I'll climb up onto it.
You're meant in
Now
part
looking
3.
up,
You're meant to
you'll see
start on
some
the inside
monkey
again
bars.
because I think
These
they
will
want you to
climb.
go to this part
Press the jump button
of the tutorial
and immediately
first,
hold down
and
the
then
action
go
button
outside to
to
sort of
make me
test
jump
out
and
your
grab hold of the
skills,
bars.
which is really
Now use
cool.
the
I mean, I think
directional
this is
buttons to
this is
maneuver
definitely
across.
the best
Don't let
version
go
of
of the
Laura's
action
house
key,
of the
'cause as
original
soon as you
3
do, I'll let
games.
That's great. Soon as you...
And so my favorite still is still the
Right,
original. I mean, there's
let's
like a
sprint.
charm to it.
Push forward and hold down the sprint button. When I reach the white line, press the jump button and I'll perform it. Okay. Fancy a swim? jump button and the directions move me around underwater. Just use forward, left and right to maneuver around on the surface. Press jump to dive down for another swim, or go to the edge and press action to climb out.
So, funny thing. So, there's a very similar room in Tomb Raider 2, but
Right, let's go and play outside.
you see, there you go. See, that's the clue right there that you were actually. I was supposed to come to this. Supposed to come to this room first,
I don't actually run
and
everywhere.
then
When I want to be careful, I walk.
I was
Hold down
supposed
the
to go
wall button and
outside
walk to the
and
white
test
line.
out my skills that I had just achieved with the tutorial of the gym. And then, whoop. All right, let's. So okay, like I was gonna mention. So in Tomb Raider 2, they introduced this kind of trophy room, where she had her like treasures and like a whole bunch of gold. There's like a whole bunch of gold in that section. I should have showed it earlier, but they sort of refined that trophy room into this sort of kind of hall of fame of her of her achievements. No ski on, obviously, because it was destroyed in the first game. But she does have the dagger of Xian, I believe it's called, from Tomb Raider 2, which is freaking awesome. I mean, she literally kept the treasure from the previous game and just has it in her trophy room. Interesting thing about this right here, this is called the Iris, and in our playthrough of the first level of Tomb Raider 4, you're going to see how she came about this item. Although she doesn't get it in that flashback, she gets it later on. They explain how she gets it in Chronicles, but it's an artifact that she came across in her teen years with her mentor, and her mentor got a little bit greedy and tried to take it for himself, and the cave collapses and a whole bunch of things. I won't ruin it for you. I'll show you later on. But you'll definitely see that artifact come back. So let's go into the first level now that we kind of did the mansion. First level in Tomb Raider 3 is actually pretty lengthy. So let's see. There was a side area, but I sort of just skipped it. Throw the monkey up there. I don't want to kill him. He doesn't bother me. They do steal your medikits though, which is really funny. So there's a monkey down there. I'm going to show you that if you don't shoot him, he steals one of the medkits from you. Oh, there's a boulder coming, but thankfully it stops right before it gets to that. Nothing pretty good. Oops, it's going to get shotgun bullets, but never mind. So really cool thing. So this game, in part 2, they did away with save crystals, both on the console and the PC version. You're actually able to save wherever you want. But in part 3, they brought them back, and they made them a consumable item, like a med kit. So you can save wherever you want, but you only have a limited number of saves. But that's only in the PS1 version. The PC version, they change from being, because you could save anywhere you want in the PC version, they change from being save crystals to healing crystals, which I think is actually kind of cool. It's a good idea. Saves you from using a med kit, and it allows you to save anywhere in the game, which is awesome. As opposed to being limited to save crystals. I hope she doesn't get killed. I accidentally threw her into the quicksand. That's actually one of the newer threats from Tomb Raider 3 is quicksand, and it's one of the most annoying threats of Tomb Raider 3. Oh, see? I don't know. Should I kill him? Should I not kill him? Ah, he's too adorable. I can't kill him. I'll let him take it. I think he drops it anyway. Yep, he drops it. So I have to flip this switch here. Which, one thing I do love about Tomb Raider 3 is that post Tomb Raider 2, it comes back to sort of these wild environments, like jungles that are full of these tombs, like these very outdoor environments, and it's really something special. That's one thing I really have to get to Tomb Raider 3. It might be one of the hardest games in the series. In my opinion, I think it's the hardest game of the classic series, even with a game guide. It still, I think, is the most challenging. And, but it had these gorgeous environments and a real big variety of areas. Oh, to avoid the spike wall that comes in. Very cool. More zip lining, so to speak. So the musical score and the kind of indicators of danger would change as the years went on, and that noise you'll hear that noise of that noise of danger. You'll hear it in the games following Tomb Raider 3, including Last Revelation, and I think Chronicles even does that. So I think this is interesting. You pull this switch and the boulder comes right at you. So you gotta run quickly. There's another switch here. Tigers! So, funny thing about the sound effects of Lara again, so... A beautiful soundtrack of the jungle. This first level is in India, so it's very, very beautiful soundtrack. Oh no, I'm sorry, I shot the monkey. Sorry, monkey. I do not hate monkeys, I just accidentally shot that one. This new theme, Lore's theme changes with each game, and 2 had its version, and then the 3rd one had like a remix version of the original, which is really interesting. And then this motif, I used to say, Liet motif for Lara Croft, and this one is very interesting. This part, because it's you'll hear this one again in future games. Actually, no, I'm so sorry. You know what? This is actually a mix also of the motif from part 1, when you would go to certain areas of the game that were meant to like inspire awe and like kind of wonder at what you were finding in the game. It's doing that again, but with a little bit of a mix for the 3rd game, which is super cool, and for the environment that you're in. Oof. How the hell I did not get killed there is beyond me. Let me just save just in case. through here, I think. Oh yeah. She has this thing where if you hold the walk button when you climb up onto a ledge, it it does like a kind of gymnastic style kind of flip onto the ledge. Okay, I'm back here. I think that was just meant to be a trap down there. Okay, here's where I have to walk through the spikes. Okay. If you walk through the spikes, you don't get hurt by them. If you run, you do. If you land on them, of course, it's an instant kill. But, just horrifying. But, if you walk through them, you're fine. Just interesting. Oh, wait, no, what am I doing? My bad. Her walk was always sort of very kind of regal looking. Just very fancy kind of walk. Okay, I think I just shimmy over. I think until I'm able to crawl up. And then I can just walk. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Alright, good thing I saved right before that. Oh, Lord. My bad. Yeah, so a bit about... I think I was going to mention about her noises. Okay. The sound effects, the voice clips of Lara. So, in part 1, it was all... I believe it was all Shelly Blonde. Part 2, it's interesting because Judith Gibbons takes over the vocals, but I think some of the sound effects is still Shelly. Like when she jumps and stuff like that. Sounds a lot like Shelly Blonde's kind of sounds from part 1. Which is interesting that they would use some from one actress and some from the other. So, they were using that same sound bites from Tomb Raider 1 in her jumping from Tomb Raider 2. So, in part 3, I think they did some new sound recordings. I mean, the pistols sound different too. And a bunch of other things, like the running and the jumping. But, from here, I think part 3 started using Judith Gibbons' actual sound effects. Like sound bites for the jumping and the climbing and a lot of things like that. Because it sounds very different from the other two. And it's really interesting. But that they would kind of wait until part 3 to start using Judith Gibbons for the kind of sound bites, like the jumping and stuff. think I'm out of flares. Yeah. You guys should use your pistols to see. Oh, sorry. It just auto aims at whatever's there, so unfortunately. I think there's a ledge or something that. Oh. Yeah. This is just a secret. Okay. A rocket for the rocket launcher. So, yeah. I just, don't know where to go. Unless that was just for the secret. I mean, it is possible that that was just for the secret. Forgive me for my length at this one. It's just been a while. But I'm wondering what that switch opened up. I think that's where I have to go. Hmm. Boulders. And more boulders. And I think one of the most challenging things about 3 was the fact that there's a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of just kind of an easy time figuring out where to go. Even from level 1. I mean, I had a much easier time kind of figuring out where to go in Tomb Raider 2's intro level as opposed to Tomb Raider 3. And I don't want to enter the water just yet, because usually in this game, entering the water is not always the best idea. At least in, like, these open areas. Okay. I might just have to go into the water then. Maybe not. I think that's supposed to open up when I flick a switch. But where should that switch be? Oh. Oop. No. I was trying to jump up there and just grab with the X button, but it just didn't kind of register properly. Quote unquote X button. It's actually A. I'm using the Xbox One controller. Well, alrighty then. I think this should work. Alright. What a level. I think that's timed. Ah, dang it. If it's timed, I don't think I did a great job of timing myself well. So I have to come back here, climb up, and I definitely not as good at 3 as I am at the others. But also just the general design of 3 is very different from the other two. Even from the 4th, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, because the 4th had some crazy weird sections that were just totally undoable without a game guide. But, yeah. Now, honestly, the only reason I don't think 4 drove me nuts that way was because I had a game guide for it. But this game, I felt even with a guide, this one was very challenging. Oops. Let me just see if the door's open still. I believe so. Alright, so to grab the ledge. Alright, let's save. And I have to load. Because I'm pretty sure that puts you into a loop where you can't get out of the water, which is not good. So now the mystery remains. Where do I go? that too. A lot of another funny mention about the sexual noises. So yeah, I think Tomb Raider 3 definitely has scores pretty high up there when it comes to her getting hit by animals or something like that. The noise is very sexual sounding. Her climbing less than it was in Tomb Raider 2, but the getting hit by other things noise is very sexual in this one. Interesting. I think we're getting close to the end of the level here. She's entered this room of sort of like cavern here. With different doors and let's see which ones to go through or how to get them even open in the first place. The soundtrack here is really cool. I love how it's giving this sort of ominous, explorative, kind of awe-inspiring kind of score. Pull or push? I think it might have been push. Oh no. See, right then and there, if you heard her pulling the block in part 2, she sounded much more like Shelley Blonde than Judith Gibbons. Again, furthering my theory that they kept using some of Shelley Blonde's voice clips for Laura's actions in part 2. Like it kind of carried over from part 1 to part 2, as opposed to 3 here, which is using very clearly new and different sound bites and clips for Laura's actions, which are very clearly Judith Gibbons instead of Shelley Blonde. Let's see. Alright. And yeah. So yeah, very bit tricky there. So I thought I was trying to sort of make a little progress, but it looks like it brought me back to where I was. So let's go back and see if there's some more clues. Unless maybe that's just where I came from and I sort of just totally just not realize that. Interesting. What? Oh, there's another switch. back. Don't know what that means. Rainfall? Let's try one of the paths that open in the water. Let's bring you here. Oh, I see. It filled up the area that I was in. Oh. Alright, let's save just to be safe. And let's see where we go from here. Alright, so now I'm on top of that waterfall area that I was mentioning. There's another switch. There's another switch in here, so hopefully this gets us closer to where we want to be. Something here I'm missing? This looks completely new. Oh, shh. Must be the other side. everybody. Alright. Tomb Raider 3's first level completed, and let's definitely see some more Judith Gibbons voice acting right now before we hit on the last revelation, where the voice changes to Jonelle Elliott, who would serve as the longest running voice actress as Lara until Keeley Hawes comes along.
Hello? Hello?
What? What do you want from me now?
Nothing that taxing. Are you alright?
Well, if you'd all stop, I might be just fine. Just 100%. Just go!
If you'd all stop, who are you talking about?
All you, hundreds of you, talking and chattering and breaking my brain up.
Well, I'm not quite sure where you're coming from, but I just want to know about the Infada artifact. In the temple up there.
Voodoo magic and all, huh? I don't touch this stuff myself.
It's not voodoo. Look, is there anyone else here with you?
Yeah, Randy and Rory.
Randy and Rory? Where? What are you all doing here?
Well, they're staying put in that temple. I told them not to. I warned them first. Not doing much now, I doubt, under half a ton of mudslide. Me. I'm leaving. Next bus out. This jungle is rooted enough rot into me. I'd offer the same advice to you, but you don't seem like the type to take it. To care if I said you're gonna die in there. Yeah, die.
What? I'm supposing that was meant to seem a little ominous the way he did that at the end there, but that was just utterly hilarious in a way. I mean, not hilarious saying that she's gonna die or not, but just the way he says it, he's like, ah, he just jumps off. It just sounds like very carnage. It just sounds like, what? But yeah, definitely not funny because it's just... Alright, well, now that we're past that, let's head on over to Tomb Raider Last Revelation. I'm actually kind of relieved to be done with Tomb Raider 3's first level. Tomb Raider 3, for all of its awesomeness and all that, can be a bit lengthy at times. Although so can Last Revelation, to be honest. But I think something about Tomb Raider 3 just made it a little more kind of lengthy and difficult than the others. But let's go ahead and launch the Last Revelation. Okay. Sweet. So we're going to launch this as a new game. And right from the back here, and something that I really liked about this game is that, well, sucks they don't have a new more Croft manor, which was very, very iconic and kind of really helped set up Laura's character in the first two games. This game not having Croft manor from the beginning and then giving us this kind of somber and somewhat kind of boasty score, very kind of cinematic sounding, it gives us a sense that this game is going to be much more kind of story focused and dive more deeply into like the character and the story that's around her, and that things are going to be a little more serious this time around. You know, it's going to be a little more, you know, I mean, the title itself, Last Revelation, makes you think, you know. I mean, this was a big what if at the time. Was Lara Croft gonna die in this game? Does this mean it's the end of Tomb Raider? And, you know, I mean, there is no Tomb Raider without Lara Croft, so, I mean, could they actually kill off Lara Croft? I mean, would they? But, as we all know, of course, that wasn't the case, but as time went on, when she officially returns in the present time, not Chronicles, because Chronicles is, a sort of best hits playlist of her adventures being remembered at her memorial by her good friends um, and family members. But Angel of Darkness, which would come out years later, was her official return to the action in the present day, having survived her ordeal in this game and, going off on a new adventure. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a dive into Last Revelation and see what happens. I was gonna say, I do like how they have these sort of like cutscenes in the beginning, though, with her going across this bridge that then collapses and all these things. Because Last Revelation was when I got the Tomb Raider games for the first time that Christmas. This was the first one that I hadn't yet played as a demo anywhere, like on PC or anything. So this was an entirely new experience from the get-go. So let's go ahead and jump in. So we meet Laura's mentor, Werner von Croy, who, as it turns out, is a very Indiana Jones-esque mentor that showed her all about tomb raiding when she was a teenager.
This place gives me the creeps. After you.
So this is meant to be 1984. Laura is supposed to be 16 years old, which would imply that she was born.
Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction.
So if she's supposed to be 16 in 1984, let's say that she was... I'm terrible at math, by the way, so sorry. I would think that she was born in 1968.
Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends.
Which would mean that
For this
technically
we
in the
must
first game,
respect it.
she
We will
was
not deviate
28
from
years
its
old.
route, and you will not deviate from my
Same age as
instruction.
me, actually. Not same
This
age,
way.
but same age as I am now. So yeah, so this whole first level serves as the tutorial, which is why it's a little bit lengthy. I mean, you may have heard her voice already. You did hear her voice already. So Jonelle Elliott, as I mentioned before, was the new voice of Lara Croft that took over for Last Revelation and would play Lara Croft in Last Revelation Chronicles and Angel of Darkness. And she would actually hold the most voice credits as Lara Croft until Keely Hawes took the helm in Tomb Raider Legend, and then would play Lara Croft 3 times in Legend, Anniversary,
First
and Underworld.
obstacle, a small hop to
And
test your,
Underworld.
how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward.
So, as opposed to what they did with Tomb Raider 2, where they were using some of Shelley Blonde's vocal cues, but then having Judith Gibbons play the voice acting, when Jonelle Elliott came on the scene with Last Revelation, she did all the bits. You can hear her jumping is different. That's all Jonelle Elliott. That's none of the previous voice actors, so that's really interesting.
Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route
That line is gonna
lays
bite you in the
beyond
ass later.
stream. This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in midair, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop.
I like how it's funny because it's him like guiding her through the kind of tutorial of being a Tomb Raider, but it's just so funny
the
how
pace is quickening now, yeah?
it's just funny how it's like saying,
What
"Oh
do you
yeah,
wish
press
to stop
action
for
to a human
tea?
being." It's like, what does that
Oh,
mean?
I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
I love that how he tries to sort of play it off as this, oh, if she tired, does she need to stop for tea? You know, because she's a delicate little teenage girl or something.
This one calls for a
And
run-up. I will go first.
she just shades him so hard in return. She's like, oh, I think I'll be fine. I wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit at any rate. She was just so savage. I love original Laura. She was just so savage. I think is what's so cool about it. I mean, like, her original incarnation, despite the over-sexualization in the media and maybe some of the sounds she'd make, like, her
Pages
personality
will
just
crack,
bursts out,
rendered
and
by the
she's
hand
just
of
such a
time,
lively kind
invisible
of
to the untrained eye.
You're a
intellectual
regular
badass.
superhero, Werner.
Ah, yes, the Superman. There's enough comedy.
I mean, literally, this whole level, and I've heard it many
Run
times
to the
from many
wall.
fans.
Now press
They just
forward
shade
and hold
they just shade the
action.
heck out of each
Bravo.
other. It's
Now press
freaking
right
hilarious.
to shimmy across.
Which, if I would have realized that when I was young, because I didn't really understand the shading and the jokes between them when I was a kid. I thought it was just sort of him guiding her through, like, the kind of tutorial being a Tomb Raider. But, you know, it makes so much more sense what happens later on, the big climax of this first two levels.
Good, good. Now press forward to climb
Being that they had kind of a shady relationship from the get-go. It kind of explains a lot of their relationship later on.
This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein.
So
The
fun fact
mechanism to
also about
activate
Tomb
the
Raider.
bridge
So
lies at the other side
the
of
original
stream.
idea for
These
Lara
rivers
Croft being this
cascade
kind
through
of 3D
chambers and
platforming,
caverns
jumping
deep
individual
below
who's
these
actually the form of a
prehistoric
man
foothills. As a
before she became
consequence,
the badass
Freezing.
female icon we know
I
now.
guess.
But
The old gout
being
playing
that
up
the
again,
character
Werner?
was too similar to Indiana Jones, they were worried that they were going to get a major lawsuit from the movie studio. And there's a big theory that the
in deep
character
pools,
that they
you can
came up with
swim by
actually
pressing
looked
jump.
or probably
Use
was the
direction
model
to
for
navigate
Von
through the
Croy.
water. There may be
And
artifacts,
yeah, you can
trinkets,
definitely see
at bay.
why they would probably get sued for Indiana Jones copying there, because he looks very much like an Indiana Jones clone in a lot of ways. Now, such a blessing in disguise that happened, because we got the amazing and unique and totally original at the time totally original Lara Croft that we know and love today, albeit the many transformations she's gone through since, both within and past the classic series. So this was the first game, I think, to officially give you those rotating 3D icons whenever you pick up an item, which is actually really cool. Kind of adds a sense of kind of like edge, and not so much edge, just kind of like a cool little addition they did there.
Your average priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah, well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out.
A funny
Look
thing,
for
I
a
think
lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you
the
find
reason
it,
why he makes all
use
these jokes
action
with her,
to
especially, is because
activate it.
for anyone not familiar with Lara Croft's original backstory, so she was the daughter, and she remains in the new series, but she's the daughter of a lord and a lady, so she's actually considered British royalty. In the original timeline, the classic series timeline, she's the daughter of Lord, and I cannot pronounce this right for the life of me, but Lord Henshingley Croft and Lady Croft. They don't really give her a name, which is interesting. I don't think that Lady Croft has a name in the classic series. But contrary to the tragic family backstory that you see later on, her parents are actually both alive and well, and doing rather well, and don't have really any major issues in this original timeline, as opposed to, and not really talking to their daughter that much, it seems. So she was sent off to a boarding school, I believe, for a while, and she while going on a plane for some reason that was going through the Himalayas, the plane crashes, and she actually has to survive on her own in the wilderness for the first time, and that experience kind of changed her forever. You know, she no longer was the sheltered girl from boarding school anymore. I mean, she was changed, and from that moment, she had different wants and desires in her life. She didn't want to live the life of a royal, you know, sipping tea and having to follow these rules and be a proper lady, etc. She said no. She wanted to live a different life, and she decided to become an explorer and archaeologist, you know, as time went on. And I think this actually brought her into conflict with her family. I think she was actually disowned by her parents as a result. And so she kind of, even though a lot of people think she was kind of born into this richness and this, you know, mansion and everything, I think she actually had to fight for the mansion in court at some point in her original timeline, and she won the mansion in the lawsuit, or in the court case. And the money and the riches and everything she has, aside from, I think, the base mansion, is from literally herself. It's from her explorations. It's from her hard work. And, you know, striving and fighting to, you know, not only explore these incredible locations and making these incredible discoveries, you know, writing novels and books about her explorations that became worldwide famous. And, you know, aside from just the coverage of her explorations, probably in the media, made her like a worldwide name in her universe. So yeah, it's a very interesting backstory there. And yeah, definitely get a little backstory before we pull this lever. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull the lever now. So the life of me, for the life of me, I still have no idea what the hell he's doing there. I think he just rubs his hand over the wall and somehow magically opens the door.
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite.
Oh my god. The shade
Walk up to the
continues.
ladder. Now
I
press
can't.
and
It's
hold
just too
action to
freaking
climb up
funny
onto it.
how
Keep this
shady
button
they are
pressed
with each
and
other.
use forward to climb to the top.
I mean, in all honesty, it's kind of he starting off making these kind of comments about her being like a delicate young girl, like, oh, you're gonna get cold in those clothes, you should wear something more, whatever. And they didn't quite say that, but. And she just kind of sarcastically answers him back, which
There will be
is
another
so,
lever up there. Pull
so
it and
savage.
get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end.
But, what is it? It's kind of it's a smidge creepy though that she makes. Well, not her per se, but the joke about the "you are romantic." I think she's supposed to be like 16 and he's like a grown man. Obviously, she's being sarcastic, but it's just really funny. It's funny, like her sarcastic quip is funny, but
Swiftly across the vines.
kind of
now.
creepy being that she's 16
Press,
and he's like
jump,
40
then
something.
hold. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action, or you will again be for the plunge.
Damn it, he's trying to pass me. No, no, damn you. Funny if she could just like kick him and he falls. Which is something funny about older Lara Croft in the classic series. She had no melee moves, so you literally relied entirely on your weapons. Which is understandable, I guess, for the aesthetic they were going with, which was like the dual pistols kind of iconic look, but yeah, it's just interesting. Also, it's funny how he's the only one that can kill these boars. Well, being that you have no weapons when you play as child Lara, or teenage Lara, that is. So he has to kill the things with the thing. Yeah, and there we go again. Even Jonelle Elliott, at this point, we're 4 games in, and her moves still sound very sexual at times. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? At this point, I think it was sort of expected, but thankfully, it just doesn't make it right. But at least, as time went on, things got a little less kind of sexual innuendo sounding as far as they want. I mean, this is 1999. The next game, same sound effects, 2000, but then I think in Angel of Darkness, it finally starts to change and things get a little more realistic sounding. Not so much realistic, because I mean, fine, anybody can make noises like that. It's just... Oh, be careful, there's some spikes here. I mean, spikes were always kind of like a cornerstone threat of Tomb Raider. I think it's just, in this game, for some reason, they come out of the ground in certain areas. You gotta look out for those holes.
Must be opened
It's
internally.
creepy.
We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps you will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
You cannot make this up.
Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
Be alert, he says. Yes, crouching. Now we see a critical moment in Laura's life, the moment she discovers her backpack that she ends up taking with her on all her journeys in the future. Sort of her first discovery. I love how they make it out that classic Laura has just no issue, even in her teen years, with just totally grave robbing this dead person. I mean, clearly the person's been there for a while. I mean, they're just bones at this point. But yeah. Sort of this pinnacle, pivotal moment in her life where she makes her first sort of, I guess you could say, discovery. And that backpack, you know, just ends up being with her throughout all her adventures in the future. At least until Angel of Darkness, when the dogs take it.
Ah, a backpack. Now it begins. The eyes of the ancients are upon us, and their vengeance is wrathful. We must move quickly. When running, press and hold sprint to gain extra speed. Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll.
You can actually get stuck and have to restart the level if you don't make it through there in time.
The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
A regular virtuoso. Yeah, so there's these two paths here in this section. There's one where you go into a hall where you swing over the pool of water to get to the next part of this level. Or the second level, I mean.
How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
So I'm not entirely sure if this section with Werner is supposed to be before or after the crash in the Himalayas.
From the ledge, hold down
But
the
I think it's
squeeze
before,
the gap.
which is interesting, but I think it might be before. I don't know. I do find something interesting, though. If her parents got so annoyed and disowned her even for deciding, I guess, to not be part of the royalty and just kind of follow her own path, then why allow teenage Laura to go on this kind of, like, archaeological kind of expedition with this man? who I'm assuming is a family friend or
Swing
someone that
across
works
to
for
the
them
alcove.
professionally.
Jump from the ledge, then hold down action to grab the vine. To release, let go of action.
I think it's R2. Okay. Yep, so depending on, I think, if you got all the secrets, like the gold skulls, you would either go to this section that had a pool that you would swing over the pool of water, or another one where you would swing over just like a regular old, like, waterless kind of pit, which if you would fall would probably kill you just because you'd land from a seriously high height. So because the first two levels are bookends, I'm also gonna do the second level for Last Revelation.
Although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris.
Ah, the iris. See, was that?
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2.
Hey, you never said 3, you cheating mother. So this is actually really fun. This second level is a race with Werner to get to the iris, which, if you remember from what I mentioned before, in the Tomb Raider 3 section of playthrough of her mansion, it's that orb that had that kind of red center and was like kind of rotating on its own. And very interesting little artifact. And funny thing though, because she doesn't get it here she doesn't get the iris here. It's actually in Tomb Raider Chronicles that you actually discover. It was the last world actually in Tomb Raider Chronicles. There's just 4 separate worlds in that game. So the last sort of story / world that they tell is about Laura actually stealing the iris back from Werner, who had, I guess, somehow kept it over the years. But yeah, it's interesting. So she steals it back from him, from his what's known as Werner, I think it's Von Croy Industries, VCI headquarters. She goes all Matrix with a black suit and everything, and a black skin tight leather suit a la Trinity with sunglasses and a headset, talking to Zip, who actually ends up being reinvented for the Legend series, sort of reimagined as a new character, but still with the same name. So yeah, really interesting. But yeah, so it's this artifact and what happens here sort of changes their lives forever, and she eventually ends up stealing it back from him. There's 2 separate cutscenes that play. If you get there first, he's like, claim your prize. If you get there last, he's like, you're not yet ready. Oh, you have to learn more.
And so the pupil excels the master. I congratulate you on your agility. Take your prize from the plinth. You have earned it.
In the time it took you to find your way here, I've examined the inscriptions. It warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
Oh,
I am weary of this.
told you that was gonna bite you in the ass.
Leave her now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Ooh. Damn, the story in the old games was so bad, like so intriguing. I mean, don't get me wrong, the story in the newer ones, amazing, but the classic story games were able to weave such an interesting story with the limited technology they had.
Have you will learn more than simple.
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Lara! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you.
I kind of feel bad for Laura here though, because that's kind of an impossible situation. Looks like he's doomed,
Werner!
and she clearly sees the temples like totally collapsing around her, so she has to just fight for her survival and escape. Oh yeah, interesting there. So that's a life-changing experience for both of them. I mean, he manages to survive that, but um, he kind of feels that she abandoned him, quote unquote, because she, I guess, didn't just basically give up her own life to try to get him out of that ball there. But I don't remember if she eventually gets people to dig him out or not. I mean, he somehow makes it out alive. He's sort of like her main antagonist throughout this game, and then you later on find out that the big reason he's doing a lot of the bad shit he's doing is because he's possessed by Set, an ancient Egyptian god of chaos. But he's also a little bit bitter in his own right, outside of being possessed by Set. So there's this sort of kind of poetic irony because at a young age she was warning him. She says, there are some tombs that aren't supposed to be on Earth, essentially. And this was a really interesting story for Lara, because this is the first time in the classic series, or in general, where I think her character really got challenged. And you sort of look at the kind of morality of her tomb raiding and see if her actions are always good or not. Maybe there's consequences to some of the things that she does, and because at that young age she warns this experienced tomb raider. She says, hey, you gotta be careful. Some of these tombs warn you that there's consequences, and not everything is meant to be on Earth and all that. And then ironically, when she's older, she kind of, almost in a poetic, ironic way, just does exactly what Werner did. She ends up taking the amulet of Horus and awakening Set, who then threatens the entire world until she gets Horus, or almost gets Horus, to fight him off, and then it doesn't work out because Set possesses Horus's body, and then she manages to lock him in the tomb. And then when Vankor is gonna help her out, the tomb collapses on her, and you think she's dead, but then it turns out she survived. But yeah, crazy story. I mean, it's such a crazy kind of interesting poetic irony kind of thing there, where she ends up doing the very thing she warned Von Croy not to do in her adult years. So yeah, if the previous Tomb Raider games were very kind of action, not so much action. They had great plots, yeah, but if they were more so kind of open gameplay focused and all that, this game was very plot driven, in the sense that the plot took center stage here, and the gameplay was great, don't get me wrong, but the plot was intricate and central to the game, as opposed to the others, where the plot was central, yes, but it did really take center stage here in a way that it didn't as much before. Ah, scorpion. Alright, so that's the first two levels of Tomb Raider Last Revelation. So let's go on to Chronicles. After everybody thinks Laura's been killed in Egypt, and they have a memorial for her. A memorial which you'll see, they somehow features her giant statue of her holding her dual pistols in their real world universe, which is an interesting statue to leave behind for somebody. But I mean, hey, it's Lara Croft. I mean, that was her famous image at the time, and totally badass statue to leave behind for somebody as a memorial, if you think about it. All right. Okay. Oh, I forgot I can't do that because then. Okay, here we go. I remember this was really sad. I remember when I thought Laura had actually died, it was actually really sad. I was like, oh man, could this really be the end of Tomb Raider? When I was a kid, and I had faith that they weren't gonna just end it there. But you never knew, and you were a kid, so you didn't know for sure what they were gonna do. Those are her parents. So if you look to the left, that's actually Laura's parents. That's Lord Hengxinli and Lady Croft. And yeah, that whole thing about the tragic family backstory thing actually didn't happen until the Tomb Raider movie, which, for better or for worse, actually had a huge. You may think it's not the best video game movie ever, but actually it was one of the most important. It had a huge influence on the video game movie industry as a whole, but also, and of course, Angelina Jolie was perfect as Lara Croft, but it influenced the games a great deal. A lot of the game when Tomb Raider Legend came out was actually inspired by the Tomb Raider movie's kind of aesthetic. I mean, the mansion was reshaped to look like the mansion from the movie, and it's really, and even her pistols look like the pistols from the movie, and it's really interesting. So yeah, that is in a different timeline though, which we'll get to. So here we are, Tomb Raider Chronicles. So they were now 5 games in, doing the first level of Tomb Raider Chronicles, and those are her parents, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's dive right in. And this has to be one of my favorite intro FMVs to a Tomb Raider game ever. I mean, here you see Croft Manor being explored by her dear friends, or family friends.
Indeed, my friend. Even the heavens cry out.
I love that. Even the heavens cry out because such a precious person has died. Or at least in their minds, they think she's dead.
And one of her most challenging pursuits, if my memory serves me.
At this point, a body hasn't been found.
The scars of that little episode.
She was
No, they're
never
counting 4 separate adventures that she had. And the first in Rome when she was looking for the Philosopher's Stone. I know, a lot like the Harry Potter one, but I think it's different. And here's Larson from the first game. I like how they brought back him and Pierre.
Mr. Larson. Has Pierre let you off the leash? Talking of which, where is our learned friend?
Oh, he's around. You got the cash?
I've got the cash, but I don't deal with the monkey.
Well, now that ain't polite for a lady. Even if the monkey has the Mercury Stone.
Lucky I'm in a generous mood. Crawled out from under your rock, I see.
No need for unpleasantries, Miss Croft. I'm afraid I must, once again, relieve you of your burden.
Easy come, easy go.
Oh, she's so badass. Come on. That was amazing.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
I have to say though, Larson and Pierre made for funny, goofy villains in the series. I mean, they were both in the first game. I like that kind of callback to Tomb Raider 1 by bringing them back to the Chronicles. This does take place though before the events of the first game, because Larson and Pierre do bite the bullet in the first game, so this definitely takes place before Tomb Raider 1. Like how he tried to turn the tables on her and just be like, oh, we're gonna take your money and the stone, but nope, she just flips it around on them. Classic original Laura style. So yeah, the tutorial's completely skippable in this version. So you can turn left there to go to the tutorial, or you can keep going forward and go on to the rest of the level. I've done the tutorial a million times, so I'm just gonna head on to the actual level. I think. Which I do also find funny that Larson and Pierre just look completely different in the cutscene than they do in the actual gameplay. In the gameplay, they look exactly like themselves from Tomb Raider 1. Larson wears the red vest, or like was it black vest, I believe, with that kind of red shirt underneath. And Pierre, of course, with his brown jacket, or whatever it is, with the kind of blue-ish shirt underneath. But yeah. So yeah, this game pretty much kind of kept the gameplay similar from 4 and 3. You know, the sprinting and the kind of crawling had been the biggest innovation, I believe, in the game series. You know, so 3 had the biggest impact in terms of gameplay, but the 4th one introduced like this pole swinging mechanic, which wasn't really well received, but it was an interesting addition at the time. And I think this one introduced a tightroping mechanic. You walk on a tightrope, and also what's it called? Also, like, the ability to actually vault forward from crawl spaces. So instead of having to back out the way you always would and kind of climb down the ledge, you can just actually vault forward. Which is really cool. Do I have to do that again, I guess? I haven't played the Chronicles intro in a while either. This game, I infamously had to freaking play it twice in a row by accident, because I had got stuck in the VCI headquarters level. You can actually run out of ammo there and not be able to finish the rest of the game unless you had a save from the previous level or something, and I only had one save slot for my game. So I had to start the game all over again and work my way back there, and then just be a bit more careful with my ammo. And, you know, but it was... Thankfully, Chronicles is not the hardest game in the series. There's a super annoying part in the VCR headquarters. It's probably one of the most difficult parts of the series, where you have to lure the cyborg to kind of get into this place, and if it doesn't do it right, it can corrupt your save, and all this crazy stuff. So, but, and that was especially on the PS1 version, but thankfully, I don't think I encountered that issue. I think I actually did, and that's what forced me to restart the game, not the ammo situation. But yeah. But in any event, you just have to be careful with your ammo in that section, and you're able to get through it without an issue. And I believe that... Oh, here we go. I was an idiot. I'm totally in the wrong section. Ah, bats. Dang bats. These bats, as opposed to Tomb Raider 1, you can't shoot them. They're sort of just like a non-killable threat that just lasts for a little while. That sort of just are there for a bit. Yeah, so Janelle Elliott, as you saw in that performance, that marvelous performance right there, was definitely one of the best Laras. For some odd reason, my aim is off kilter a bit. I don't know why that is. Usually, like, she auto aims at everything, but I don't know for whatever. I don't know for whatever reason, the auto aim is just a little bit buggy in this PC port, or maybe with the mod that I installed. I don't know why that is. So let's see. items. Just the mercury stone. Let's see. Must have been something I missed. Okay, and then a small medikit. I'm still sure I missed something else that's gonna help me progress in the level. And there's actually one thing I do agree with very much with Steve of War. When he mentioned that for some odd reason, her quote-unquote frontal assets, according to his, I think him and a couple other people's words, became much more apparent as time went on. And, for example, like, just the delineations showing her breasts and other things like that looking more realistic. Of course, because in the original she had the infamous sort of kind of triangular bosom. But, yeah, in the later ones it became more realistic looking, and yeah, so like there's even 4 and 5 they just made it like her top got cut much lower, and it was just, I don't understand what that was about, unless they're trying to make the whole sex sells thing go on. But like I said, with her being, a very popular kind of gaming pinup girl at the time. But thankfully, as time went on, that wasn't so much of a like major super big focus anymore. And, definitely respecting her much more in terms of not just flaunting on her body for the heck of it, but letting her kind of have more control of it. Alright, I'm officially lost. And that's hilarious, because this is literally the first level, and Tomb Raider Chronicles has gotten me about as stumped almost as 3 did. To be fair, I played 1 and 2's first levels like OD, so I know exactly where to go in both of them, but Chronicles not so much. And 3 especially not. 3, I have not played that first level a lot, so that's why that one took me forever. But there's not a big sense of where to go here. Oh wait, does that burst? Oh, what do you know? Even though I don't know if this does anything. Oh. Ooh. Scared the heck out of me. Did that dog just climb on top of that barrel? My goodness. I call the Dobermans from Tomb Raider 2 make a comeback in this game. As opposed to the quote-unquote devil dogs from The Last Revelation. I really thought they were called devil dogs for a while. No, I think they were just like hyenas or something. No, not hyenas. What do you call those things? Jackals. I love that. Senseless destruction. Just know that you're not kidding. She is kidding. There we go. I got the key that needs to go into the door. Larson of Pierre. I think it's Larson. Yep, it's Larson. Gosh, he could be a pain. Let's see. Yeah, this tightrope mechanic is interesting. And it's actually kind of funny looking if you fall off. It's like a... She's just sort of kind of panicked kind of dive. I like how when she just sort of wobbles, she does that little... like, little dance. Probably the kind of dance I'd do if I was on a tightrope. Alright, so we're nearing the end of the classic series, first level completion challenge. Not completion, but you know, first level kind of completion. Interesting. I came back here. So where do I go now? Guess over here somewhere. More bats. Oh no, rats. Bats and rats. You gotta love, Ew. They kind of just crawl up on walls though, which is a little creepy. Oh look, a revolver. Right, and that's what goes with this. Getting close. Garden key. Now I just need to find one more. And we'll be at the end of the level. Let's see. Hopefully I think the garden key comes in two places. So that goes back to where we came from, but this section I believe takes you somewhere else, or it's just a dead end. It's just a dead end. Crazy how someone can turn in midair like that and Lord just like this like insane gymnast in every timeline, literally. Like even the Survivor timeline. There we go. I just need to push it. Wow. Let's see. I think I should have both now. Another awesome cutscene in the history of Lara Croft in this moment. It's freaking awesome. It's so good.
Rodents, I wouldn't wonder. Big rodents.
What? Idiot! Idiot! What does the cowboy hope to achieve with this mindless firing?
Ain't mindless. Ain't we trying to kill her anymore then?
You were kicked in the head by a horse, we? So the brain doesn't work correctly?
How'd you know about that?
Never mind. Never mind. We wait until she collects the other pieces. In this fashion, we have the full price at no extra effort.
You is one clever cookie, boss.
Comparatively, yes. Come, let's get off this roof, and I will buy you a milkshake.
That's actually not the cutscene I was thinking of, but that was pretty hilarious. The cutscene I was thinking of is actually in reference to later on when she kind of tricks them again. taking baths. Not new game. the sense that this little crow turns into like a my god, so morbid. And the cool thing with this is for the first time she can actually, I think actually she could do it in the fourth game, I'm not sure, but she could shimmy around edges like that. That was super cool. Actually pretty lengthy first level. I didn't realize. Alright, this is the cutscene I was talking about before, but I was talking to the cutscene.
Calm, calm, Lara. We're all friends here.
This is the cutscene I was talking about before. It's a great cutscene.
Ma'am, but if you'd like to put them pea shooters away.
Now, the second stone, if you please, Miss Croft.
Come get it.
It's a little too late in the evening for these games. Larson, search her, if you please.
Well, god darn if I don't get all the best jobs.
You want to try the back pockets?
Larson!
Oh.
Enough! Enough! My patience is exhausted with this childish nonsense. The stone, Miss Croft.
If you put this into that gate, Pierre, you're going to get a lot more than you bargained for. Trust me.
Ow!
Put it in then.
That would be one of the stupidest moves you've made. And that's saying something. I think you'll appreciate.
Oh. Yo, she's so savage. I think it's like one of two times in the series where a man like tries to search her body or something for something. And yeah, she just totally kicks the shit out of him, rightfully so.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
And he's like, oh, I get all the best jobs because he's so excited to like search her body and whatnot, but then she just kicks him right in the nuts.
You have set in motion the next gate phase.
Next gate phase?
If my memory serves me, the gate has realigned itself. And if it does not receive tombstones in the next few moments... If I was you, I'd grab your Cro-Magnon cowboy over there and run as fast as your little legs can carry you. Au revoir, mon cher.
Au revoir, mon cher. I like how there's like no entrance to next level whatsoever. But there you go. That's the first level of Tomb Raider Chronicles. Took me a good moment, but we got through that. Not through that, but we were able to go ahead and get through the first level. And yeah, very cool. So now let's ourselves Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, which is the 6th game in the series, and the first to run on next-gen hardware, or what next-gen was at the time, which is PS2 era. See how they evolved the Eidos logo? Looks like the old one, but just remade. So this is the last game to be developed by Core Design, the original production development team behind the Tomb Raider series. Sadly, they will be replaced after this, but it was sort of a good and bad thing. I mean, Tomb Raider changed forever after that, for sure, but
There have been 17 reported
of
murders
course,
so
it's a
far
lot of hatred
in this
and by a
latest
lot of the,
outbreak
I guess
of
you could
monstrous
say,
killings.
a lot of
It would
appreciation
appear to
now
be
in
the work
hindsight,
of a
but a
single,
lot of hatred
highly psychotic
after
perpetrator.
this game, and
The
because
name
they
of
were
the
said to
latest
have ruined
victim
this game,
was
but
just released.
not ruined, but
A Professor
you gotta
Werner
give
von Koy,
a little bit of appreciation
a
to Core,
female,
though. I mean,
described as Caucasian,
they were the ones that set
brunette,
the standard
and
and
wearing a
really introduced
ponytail,
Lara Croft to the
was
first
seen
time
leaving
to
the
the
most
world.
recent crime scene.
And
Officers are advised to
not
use
only
extreme
that, but
caution
you know,
when apprehending
Eidos
the
did it too,
suspect.
but you know what I mean.
At
Core
present,
Design was the one
nothing
developing the game.
appears to link any
So,
of the individuals involved.
The whole thing is that Core, these
There are no
guys,
known
Core was
survivors of
worked to
these
the bone.
attacks
I mean, they
so
literally,
far.
they had a little break here before Core got the first game was such a big hit. You know, Eidos wanted a second game almost immediately. They released the second game a year after that. Then the third game a year after the second, and then the fourth a year after the third, and then Chronicles, which is a game they probably really didn't want to make. A year after that, and you can tell because Chronicles is a very kind of shattered kind of game in terms of storyline. Kind of sporadic storyline here and there, but I mean, it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's not as awful as people make you think it is, but it's a much shorter game than the others. And then you have Angel of Darkness, which came out 3 years after Chronicles. And Angel of Darkness is very infamous because it had a lot of bugs and a lot of issues in the game. And it was the game that ended up getting Crystal Dynamics. Crystal Dynamics ended up being the new development team after Core were sort of let go by Eidos after this game didn't perform or wasn't received very well. Let's put it that way. So let's start with a new game. And it's a shame because you can tell Angel of Darkness had a lot of potential and could have been very interesting. Actually, the start of a trilogy that was supposed to go into this sort of deeper story of Lara and the sort of darker side that she was embracing.
But he's a psychopath.
Why should I care?
Because I'm being stalked. People are dying out there.
Handle it, Werner.
Lara, please. Look, go and see this woman, Carvier. She can help.
I'm going. Eat it, Werner. You walked away and left me.
Get out!
So yeah, this game starts out with the premise that Lara was being asked by Werner to do a favor, and he's being stalked by this psycho killer kind of organization, and there's an altercation, and she doesn't remember what happened, and the player is kind of left to believe, like, what, did she kill him during the scuffle? And she's left to wonder that as well. You of course find out later that that's not the case, that she was actually knocked out by someone who actually killed Werner in her apartment. But she's suspected of having killed Werner, so she runs away from the crime scene. And of course, right away it looks extremely guilty, so she's chased down the police and hunted all over the area as a fugitive. So she's a very different game to Lara. I mean, Jonelle Elliott comes back to the final performance as Lara in this game, and she's a great job. She's actually one of my favorite Lara. Jonelle Elliott is fantastic at it. And just it's crazy, yeah. I mean, it's such a symbolic moment there where her backpack gets taken by the dogs. It's like the end of one era and the beginning of another. or at least what was supposed to be the beginning of a new era of Tomb Raider, a darker kind of more Tim-Burton-esque kind of dark, I guess you could say, tone. Very cool, very cool, and a lot of potential. It's just unfortunately Eidos didn't get the time.
This looks like a safe area, but I need to find a way out.
Well,
to move
not
around.
so much Eidos, but Core Design didn't get the time they needed really to make this game. Sad to say, and you know, this was the next generation. You know, Tomb Raider. I mean, this was the first time that Lara was leaping generations, so it really was a challenge.
That bin
You know, this
looks
was a brand new engine, a brand new, you know, concept, and even though the tank controls are still there,
to climb on
and the movement of Lara is still similar to how it was in the olden days, it's still a little different. It's you know, you don't move quite the same way, and all that. You know, it's instead of like automatically just lurching forward and backward like you did with you pressed up or back, there's like a slow build up to the movement and then like a bit of like a jog. I mean, look, this game is infamous for many reasons. I mean, you know, there's so much potential there. Unfortunately, the game does not control very well, especially in comparison to its predecessors, which is saying something because they were on older hardware. So it's crazy to think that, you know what I mean? Like, wow, the next generation Leaf didn't control as good as the older ones. It's very interesting. But, and they had this sort of stamina bar mechanic that turned off a lot of people.
To
So,
jump it.
anyway, in that sense. But, yeah, it was just a mixed bag. I remember thoroughly enjoying the game when it came out, but I did see that it was a buggy mess at the time. I mean, not so much that I saw it was a mess, but I did manage to understand and see that there was sort of bugs in the game, and you know, I knew that something was a little off. And on top of that, the game guide, not on top of that, but funny thing, the game guide was actually in, the game guide was completed prior to the game's completion. So the game guide gave you information that wasn't entirely accurate because it was basically based on a version of the game that wasn't the final version. So you're reading some stuff in the game guide, like the game guide says, like, oh yeah, you'll find the second pistol to make your dual pistols in the derelict department level. And that's not the case at all, because the derelict department level, there's no second pistol. So I looked around the derelict department for mad long, and there was nothing there. And I'm really terrible at jumping here. I'm trying to jump up. Oh, here we go. And it's so crazy. I mean, but I remember looking for that pistol and then not finding it, and I was just pissed. And you know, this was well, not pissed, but I was like a little annoyed. And this was the first game to not
climb the ladder.
To not give Lara her iconic dual pistols. I guess they were supposed to be in the game originally, but for some reason they were taken out.
Press the left cursor key.
As they were trying to try something new or different. But the funny part is that in a lot of the cutscenes, this is part of the quote-unquote unfinished feel and buggy feeling of the game, is that there's actually cutscenes.
I'll have a look.
There's actually cutscenes where you can like see her dual pistols, and it's crazy. It's like doesn't make any sense because you're not using those guns in the game itself. Yeah, in this game she could tell from like chocolate bars and all that. It's funny, this game had a sort of kind of mix of action slash with some like RPG kind of elements in here, like a kind of like leveling up system, which was another reason that a lot of the fans got pissed. There was this sort of strengthening up system that didn't really make a whole bunch of sense to them, where you have to lift this box or push this door open or something in order to get Lara to gain more stamina or be able to get more abilities, like jump farther and everything, and it was so strange to have that kind of backward step when already. Like she was able to do all the moves and most of the things she was able to do from the get-go of most of the games. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, the controls are a little bit all over, especially with me using PC version's controls, because yeah, the PS2 version definitely controls a lot simpler, but there's some mods that I've been meaning to install to this version, because the PC version is known for being extra buggy and having more issues than the actual just base game, which is the PS2 version. And so there's mods that the community installed, created, that is, to be able to play the game as close to the original PS2 version as possible, which I'm meaning to install some of those.
Now press up.
I just forgot.
Walk up to. I can hop to climb the drain pipe. Remember.
What the heck? Not what the heck, but. Yes,
To
this
climb up the
definitely
drain
takes
pipe.
Lara back to some urban environments, much like Tomb Raider 2 and a good portion of Chronicles did.
Don't keep me hanging around. I need to reach the roof before I lose my grip.
Like, I get it, and they were maybe trying to make it
Now
more
I've got my-
realistic by having her, I guess, you know, have a stamina bar of sorts, but I mean, it just sort of was just inconvenient at some of the worst moments in the game. I mean, like right here, I'm literally about to run out of strength, and that could result in me falling, which I just did. Oh man, I'm like this close to using the PS2 emulated version. What? I think this was the beginning of what, quote unquote, the ragdoll era for Lara Croft, where she literally looked like a ragdoll. This is the industrial rooftops. That's a whole nother level. You can skip the intro.
To move around. To grab the balcony. This gap looks easy. Now to get off, press the left cursor key. Maybe I can climb. The jump to that... Now press... To climb the drain pipe, remember... To climb off the drain pipe at the top, press the up cursor along with the right or left cursor key, depending on the direction you want to go. Don't keep me hanging around. I need to reach the roof before I lose my grip. Now I've got my... Made it. Could be something. To move the barrel. There's a crowbar. I need to shimmy to that walkway, but I don't think I'm strong enough yet. Feel strong.
The line would become super infamous in the series because it was such a meme in the community. Steve of War definitely said that on his channel, but yeah, it made me think about it. I'm like, it's so true. A lot of the fans just joke about that. You know, that whole, this is, and I'm feeling stronger now because I opened up a door. Now I can somehow last longer on the stamina gauge to cross the ledge or something, or jump further. And all the fans, yeah, definitely thought that was funny. But thankfully, this kind of leveling up system only exists in this game. Where like you have that stamina gauge. Like sure, there's a stamina gauge in certain areas of certain games, but let me just in case.
I need to move quietly.
Stealth key.
To hug the wall.
Pronikl do střeženého prostoru.
First time she's given me any moves. She's great. Oh man. Accidentally loaded the old save.
I need to move. To hug the wall.
Well, never mind the stealth, because for some reason I can't activate it.
Pronikl do
Just gonna
střeženého
beat the
prostoru.
shit out of this guy. Which is, okay, great update this actually is presenting us with. So she's actually able to do melee attacks for the first time in this game. Which is a big deal. And actually, one of the few games where she actually has a full sense of kind of full melee moves. She actually like punches and kicks. Just get some health. A little bit of health, but freak it. Need to get the key. And look, for all the issues this game had, it actually had an incredibly interesting story. Probably one of the more intriguing stories of the Tomb Raider series. About this really deep kind of conspiracy, like kind of underground group. And, you know, this whole deep rabbit hole that she dives into. It's really interesting. And funny thing, so this was the first game to say Lara Croft Tomb Raider. So after the movie major success, after the movie's major success, they started putting the games with the Lara Croft on top of the Tomb Raider like it was in the movie. It's very, very interesting. And alright, so let's go ahead and... Alright, so we're done with the classic series. Now we're up to Tomb Raider Legend, which is one of my personal favorites. And just such a great game. I mean, yes, so unfortunately, Core Design lost the IP after, you know, Tomb Raider Song Angel of Darkness was considered a very big mixed bag, and a lot of people didn't like it. It was very poorly received, and it had a lot of bugs and a lot of issues that Eidos wasn't very happy about. So Crystal Dynamics took over and brought us this incarnation of Lara Croft. Right away, so new animation, very cool kind of upbeat tempo going on here. It's very, you can tell they're trying to introduce this as a new kind of brand new version of Lara Croft for a new age. And it's interesting to note actually that the original her original creator Toby Gard actually ended up coming back to work with the design team with Crystal Dynamics and Eidos again for the first time since the original. And this game came out a full decade after the original Tomb Raider. I mean, you can see the major progress in 10 years. I mean, literally a world's difference. It's incredible. But in terms of, you know, Toby Gard coming back, it's a big deal. I mean, it really puts a different kind of perspective, you know, having her original creator come back, who was never really cool with her being kind of like the pinup girl of gaming. Not to say that he wasn't happy and grateful that she became super famous and like such a phenomenon. He loved it, I imagine, but he just didn't like the over-sexualization and kind of like fetishization of Lara in like the sexual sense. So, but I'm pretty sure he loved the fact that she became a phenomenon. And so this is, and one of the coolest things about Legends that it brought back Croft Manor. I mean, I love it. I mean, you know, it's one of the coolest things about Laura's classic games was this sort of ability to, you know, take a tour through her home and like do all these cool and crazy things. So, and like I mentioned before, so the mansion now is remodeled and very inspired by the Tomb Raider movie with Angelina Jolie, which she was incredibly perfect and phenomenal in that role. It's very similar to that layout, and even has this sort of glass barrier going to the more kind of technical area that you see in the movie as well. And there's Zip over there, and Winston, who looks very different now, a little bit younger than he did in the previous series. And yeah, that's pretty much the mansion. There's a lot more to explore, but for the sake of brevity, I just kind of want to jump into the first level. Olivia. I'm gonna go with the vanilla outfit. It's cool. So interestingly enough, so much inspired by the movie, this game kind of takes on that interesting sort of family tragic backstory dynamic where there's this sort of incident that parts ways between Laura and her mother, and then her father was sort of looking for her mother, who had disappeared after the incident, and then her father passes away, and then sadly Laura wants to kind of find her mother that she's been missing since her childhood.
You never have to be
And it's
cold,
really,
my Lara, if you don't want to be.
it's a really deep story, and the Legend trilogy had such a beautiful story. I think it's still my favorite kind of trilogy. It's my favorite of the trilogies thus far.
Are we going to crash?
Starboard engine non-responsive.
Not unless it's absolutely necessary.
Stabilizer jam. Kicking rudder, losing altitude. We're going full nose down.
Close your eyes, darling.
I don't want to close my eyes.
It's crazy. It just starts you off like that with that incredibly traumatic kind of memory that she has from her childhood of experiencing this horrific plane crash with her mother, and then having to wander through the wilderness with her. Eventually having her mother disappear, and then having to, I guess, find her way home herself.
What would give you that idea?
So this is a rebooted story. It's a new timeline, and so the original backstory of her getting lost in the Himalayas
Really, Zip?
doesn't
It's like
apply
going up a
here.
set of
And her
stairs,
father is now
only
named
far less
Lord Richard Croft, like he was in the movie, and he has remained so ever since. So the movie had a huge influence on the series. You know, it changed her dad's name permanently, which is a big deal.
From Florence, wasn't it?
And also Emilia Croft is now the name of her mother from the Legend series on. And I love it how it's sort of this kind of bringing Lara back to the fun adventurer roots, kind of reckless, but ever so lovable
She's a lovely pre-Incan civilization.
superhero that she is depicted as in the original games. But with a nice new kind of modern-esque twist. I mean, you know, not so much over-sexualized in the way maybe she was with her noises and whatnot before. Even though if you cut them together, they might sound a little bit sexual, like that video where Keely Hawes, the voice of this new Lara Croft in the Legend series, my personal favorite, actually, Lara Croft of them all. I love Keely Hawes. I think she brought such a beautiful elegance, an elegant badassery to the role. Let's just put it that way. It was just so so nicely done in every way. So yes, so the first level is very chill, and right away the controls are so different. Everything's smooth. So it's full 360-degree kind of movement, and just very, very smooth, especially after the clunky control. Like, I love Angel of Darkness' story and everything. It was very interesting, and it was beautiful and kind of sad to see that era of Lara come to an end. But it was the controls were super clunky, and so to have this beautifully smooth control going on here, and after that game, it's so appreciated. So yeah, water movement, everything just looks gorgeous in this game.
Hey, do me a favor and check your PDA.
It still works, if that's what you're wondering.
Cool. They said it was waterproof. You should be able to swim with it, no problem. Unless you eat it, then you'll have to wait an hour.
So yeah, they gave the series these new motifs and new little sounds whenever you find a special
Look away
thing.
from the screen then.
Oh yeah, and so for the first time in the series, well, not necessarily the first time, because Zip did accompany Lara to Vancouver Industries via headset. But he's back here, which is awesome. They sort of made him to a new character, a little less kind of stereotypical character. But and now she has another person named Alistair, who's a kind of I guess like a friend slash kind of intellectual advisor on the research of certain things like the Arthur myth, which you'll see later.
Deep breath, Sip. This will be a long trip otherwise.
I forgot you were such an optimist.
I love that. It's just such a beautiful thing of her character. It's just so wonderful how they were able to reinvent Laura's character in that way, but still leave that kind of just core sense of who she is with this trilogy. It was just so awesome to see. I mean, you know, she's a new version of Lara, but different and yet familiar in so many ways. And it was just such a beautiful kind of breath of fresh air for her character and for the series. I mean, this is, I think, the Tomb Raider I've played the most out of every game in the series. Probably only played the first game more than this one.
I'm here, but I don't see no.
It's a short, it's a pretty short game in a way, but short and sweet in the best way. It's literally the definition of short and sweet. And so again, he goes back to a lot of human enemies in this game, but there's a lot of cool little tricks you can pull with them, and including the little Matrix move. One of the many Matrix moves I think she's able to pull off in this game, and in Anniversary there's some more.
I haven't the foggiest. He's deliberately unremarkable.
Is that good or bad?
It's deliberate, which isn't good.
I love that. It's deliberate, which isn't good. And Legend is definitely a much easier game than a lot of the classic series games. It just mountains easier. I mean, like just levels easier, but still very fun. I mean, there's not just because it's easier than it's not a fun game. It's definitely a very fun game, and it brought back her dual pistols, which a lot of people, including me, were extraordinarily happy about. I mean, I played this game back in 2006 when it came out, the summer after I graduated from 8th grade, and I was about 13 at the time, and it was just so awesome to see my childhood icon get this beautiful, incredible kind of renaissance period. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, you know, we finally got a next-gen version of Lara Croft without the bugs, without the issues, and just really, really beautiful looking. I mean, I got this game I think originally for the PC, and it was just smooth 60 FPS, just really, thankfully, you know, the PC games, you know, hit 60 FPS without trouble so much. You had an okay setup, and you know, we had like kind of everyday home everyday home desktop, but it managed to run the game very well, and it was beautiful 60 FPS graphics. Mind you, without the next generation content on, because, you know, that was like Xbox 360 level. Right now, I do have the next generation content turned on, because this computer is much more powerful than the computers needed to run. Being that this computer's from 2015, it's much more powerful than the computers from from 2006 that were needed to run this game at full capacity. So, yeah, there's no need to worry about turning the next gen content on here.
Isn't she beautiful? I'm falling in love all over again.
You say that to all the ruins.
I'm a terribly lucky girl. And here come the bloody tourists to spoil it.
Your gear doesn't pick up detail that small. What do you see?
Men with guns. Mercenaries by the look of them.
What are they doing there?
Getting into trouble.
Yeah, right. Damn. Love how these little there's even little environmental hazards that she can break down. Interestingly enough, as opposed to the previous games where Lara had this big arsenal, in this game she's only able to carry 2 weapons, which I don't hate that. I think it's interesting. It's an interesting change for the series, but you know, with the flow of the game, it actually suits it really well.
That sounded permanent.
Death by irony is always painful. Amateurs.
And which is for people who knew Lara Croft already and knew her adventures, even though those different adventures were those other adventures now are in a different timeline according to this new reboot. It's just sort of you know her so well, and from her previous incarnation to hear her say like they were amateurs and be like, yeah, those poor amateurs because they don't know, you know, like being that you know everything she's been through, it just fits really well. And ooh, I accidentally. And a lot of the technical stuff in this game was just insane. I mean, like, that was freaking thrilling when I first managed to pull it off.
It's a useful survival skill.
It's funny, I accidentally thought that the original voice actress for Lara had returned when I first played this game, Shelly Blonde. When she said that line of it's a useful survival skill, she said that line of it's a useful survival skill, she sounded a little bit like Shelly Blonde for a moment, so I remember misinterpreting and thinking that the original voice actress had come back, and at the time she was my favorite. And at the time in 2006 when I first played this game, she was my favorite, so I was super excited. But then I definitely fell in love with Keely Hall's interpretation, like not long after beating this game and, you know, getting into Anniversary and then Underworld. And Keely Hawes, give her a lot of props. She's gone on to do wonderful roles. I mean, she was in the show Bodyguard with the guy, I always forget his name. I feel terrible, but the guy that played Robb Stark in Game of Thrones, and he also did a biopic about
Why predators attack prey larger than themselves is a mystery.
And a pity.
So, was it about Elton John? Sorry. He was in the biopic of Elton John too, as well.
Is that a skull of a monkey or a person? Spooky.
So this game is definitely much as Steve of War says. As Steve of War said so really incredibly well. That this game is much more linear than the other ones, but the flow in this game is just really. The flow in this game is just really well. The flow in this game is so well done that the linear pacing doesn't necessarily feel like bad per se, or just like bad or anything like that. But it works really well with the flow of the game.
Yes, but how?
With patience and persistence.
And also at the time, this was a technical freaking marvel of a game. I mean, holy you know, it was just really something. Coming from having played the PS1 games and then Angel of Darkness sort of being a mixed bag when it came to the graphical and technical department. I mean, it certainly looked much better than PS1 games, but you know, had its issues. This, being what it was incredible. This, I think, was their first really truly marveling next gen version of Tomb Raider that we first got. To be fair, this game did come out at the same time on both the PS2 Xbox generation and the 360 generation. This did come out on the 360, so a lot of these graphics might have been built in mind with the 360 generation as opposed to the PS2 and Xbox generation. So that's probably not too fair to Angel of Darkness, which was strictly a PS2 era game, especially in quote-unquote sort of early days of the console. Laura's movement in this game is just so fluid. Laura's movement in this game is just so fluid, it's insane. I mean, like, literally, you can just make her do this crazy gymnast thing. I mean, like, what the heck? I mean, it's so amazing. I remember the first time I saw that, I was just blown away. I was like, holy heck, I thought she was a gymnast before. I mean, now it's just unreal. was a bit of a glitch there, where I was like sort of sinking into the thing. Funny thing, there is a glitch in Angel of Darkness that's similar to that one, where in the beginning of like one of the end levels, where you're like in this sort of factory setting, or like warehouse setting. You're in that setting. Okay, so you're in that warehouse setting, and you like jump to this balcony, and then she just literally falls into this dark screen, and like if she was falling into, like falling from a cliff or something. Not a cliff, but like falling off an edge of something, and falling off something, and it's just weird. Like literally, she just jumped onto a balcony. She jumped onto a balcony, and just fell into this oblivion. It was insane. Thankfully, there's very few bugs in this game. This game is really well polished. Oh, and it did have a very infamous trend at the time known as QTEs, where you have to click these buttons during cutscenes that save your character from being killed. Resident Evil 4 is infamous for pioneering that technique. It's not very widely used now, but it was for a while.
You in one piece?
And still breathing, yes.
And as opposed to the old games where you had to do this kind of this movement of grabbing the ledges and moving precisely and all that, in this game it's very different. Your character auto grabs the edges, and it's a very different kind of flow, and it definitely creates a much flower experience, it creates a much more smooth experience.
But I'd say they're ceremonial in nature.
If that's the case, it's not a ceremony I'm keen on witnessing.
See, just still so much of that classic Lara wit, but just with a new sort of kind of I don't know how to say it, just a different feel to it. Like a new but yet familiar feel. Like the perfect evolution of Laura's kind of character, and Laura's kind of character. In terms of her wit and her kind of intellectual kind of comebacks and kind of commentary, but just evolved in a lot of ways. It's really cool. And the platforming at the time was actually pretty revolutionary. I mean, I know Uncharted gets a lot of credit for revolutionizing this sort of auto grab the edges and platforming kind of with crazy things going on in the background style, and it definitely did kind of elevate that platforming style to a very blockbuster-like level, but Tomb Raider Legend definitely did this style of kind of platforming before Uncharted did. In fact, Tomb Raider Legend actually wasn't the first to do it. Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was actually the original kind of, I think, innovator of this type of auto grab the edges and kind of scale on such a massive kind of plane kind of way. This sort of crazy cool kind of revolutionary new type of platforming where your character would like I said auto grab ledges, but also at the same time just have this sort of smooth and fluid platforming movement, as opposed to the older kind of platforming that's more clunky. Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was definitely, I think, the first to really pull that off really well. And then Tomb Raider Legend, which came out 3 years after Sands of Time, I think definitely kind of followed in that tradition and further refined that sense of movement and just fluidity. And then Uncharted would then go on to further refine it and then add that layer of crazy over-the-top blockbuster environmental, movement and environmental elements. you know, which then, of course, the Tomb Raider 2013 reboot would then be inspired by and kind of very closely follow, which was one of the biggest, I think, criticisms people had about that era. That they felt like it was trying to mimic Uncharted a little too much. Which you know, it's a mixed bag. It's sort of yes, but sort of no. They were able to kind of maintain their own sense of, you know, feel and difference from Uncharted, but you know. But yeah, so this is an interesting plot point. So this is when young Lara and the mother find their way to this area from where they crashed, to this very seemingly magical kind of stone dais. And you find out that Laura's looking for this because she wants to find out what happened to her mother.
Have you found anything for the fire?
In the modern day. I think she feels a sense of guilt because she sort of set the events into motion by accident.
Good Lord. What is it?
There's something in the light.
Stay here. What? Who are you? What? What about my daughter? You stay away from her. She meant no harm.
What's happening, Mother? Who's there? Mother?
It's sort of, it's a sad backstory in a way. It's not quite as dark and morose probably as the reboot, the Survivor reboot trilogy, but you know, this poor Lara gets sort of like trapped by herself there and has to find her way back. And just saw her, just the last time she sees her mother, you know, it's super sad. But it's
Hold your fire! Lara Croft! I've been hoping I'd get to meet you. At ease. We're just gonna talk.
I'm listening.
Maybe you found a piece of this.
oh yeah, Rutland. He's one of the game's villains. But as you see, there's actually someone connected to Laura's past.
Is this what led you here?
Where did you find
we'll
that?
find later.
It doesn't matter.
As part of her
What's
new backstory
important
in
is
this
what
game.
it does. Do you know?
What I know is my business.
So you don't then, and that means you don't have a piece. Amanda said you were sloppy. You should have paid more attention in Paraíso.
Amanda? Amanda's dead. What the hell do you know about Paraíso?
We're done talking.
And we're going into another kind of quick time sequence. Oh yeah, the next generation content kind of breaks some of the graphics. I'm gonna turn that off maybe. And it's see how the strings of that bridge were not like the right way.
There is more than one. Father, you were right.
What was that?
Keep yourselves caffeinated, lads. We've some work ahead of us.
Means we're still alive. Can't complain about that.
Nice. So yep, that was the first level of Tomb Raider Legend. Very cool. And yeah, it was a really cool reboot for the series. I mean, they did such a great job kind of maintaining the original spirit of what made Lara Croft such an icon, but also just refining it and evolving it for a new era. And you know, with Toby Gard back on, I mean, I think he had a big hand in that. And it was just really cool to see her original creator be able to reinvigorate her for a new age. So let's go ahead and replay a level from Tomb Raider Anniversary. This will be for the first level here. So this was the long-awaited remake. So originally this was supposed to come out in 2006 to commemorate the 10th anniversary, but the original build that was made by Core Design was scrapped when Crystal Dynamics was brought on board to helm the series. And so we got a very different remake the following year in 2007. A really cool remake, I think, honestly. And then, of course, Croft Manor Returns, which is super cool. So it's a similar Croft Manor to the one in Tomb Raider Legend. And, you know, has the new layout similar to the one from the Tomb Raider movie. But what I love is that they made sure
Miss
to add the
Croft,
beautiful crates from
pardon
the
the
first
mess in the
game that I
foyer,
said
but
were
a
super
rather
cool
large
and helped
shipment
build
of
her
antiquities
personality.
arrived while you were out. I would have had the crates placed in the gallery, but the security alarm has somehow been activated, locking the room from the inside. If this was not concerning enough, the renovators have shut off the water supply to the entire manor in order to continue construction of the pool house. On the bright side, I've located your missing journal and returned it to its appointed hiding place in your room. Faithfully in your service, Winston.
I love that. Winston is always being her right-hand man. But yeah, so I love that. They sort of brought back the crates from the original and just, you know, for a very different function. You know, much more kind of, I guess you could say, aesthetic and part of the level's overall layout. And what I love about the Croft Manor from Legend, the Croft Manor from Legend and Anniversary is sort of like its own little level. You know, as opposed to just being a tutorial, you know, you have these, you know, puzzles to solve and rooms to unlock to kind of delve deeper. And super cool thing about Anniversary was that the creators of the game actually added these little behind-the-scenes crystals. I think it's once you 100% the game or unlock them, you're able to hear these
Croft
facts.
Manor. This was the tutorial area in Tomb Raider 1.
These behind-the-scenes kind of
and we
commentaries.
wanted to bring back Lara's home as one of the playable levels of the game and really expand upon it. We had sort of recreated her home before for Tomb Raider Legend, and so we wanted to sort of expand on what we had done for that game and make an even bigger and more immersive mansion than either Tomb Raider 1 or that game.
Right, yeah. The original manor was much more of a Tudor style place, and obviously it was totally themed around getting people used to the basic controls. One area that was kind of fun was the main hall, where a bunch of crates were there originally just to sort of get you used to the idea that she can sort of vault over any different height, size changes with the press of a button. And we actually put the Ark of the Covenant in there by the front door, which luckily no one at Lucas noticed. Actually, I don't know if they have the rights to.
Did they trademark the Ark of the Covenant?
I don't know if they can. But anyway, it was a bit cheeky because obviously, but we had to do a few of those little things.
Yeah, so while we've added the crates back in, we've left out the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes, the trademark. The trademark stuff.
Just in case it is trademark.
Most sensible.
It's an interesting little fact there. I didn't even realize that they had the Ark of the Covenant. That's hilarious. So yeah, the first level is basically like the mansion.
Something to shoot.
But I already had the gun, so I shot the thing there. Wait, let's go on to the caves level because the manor is actually quite extensive, so we might be here for a while. So let's go ahead and move on to the cave level. Alright, mountain caves. I love how they start out with this dialogue from her dad that she's reading.
Vilcabamba continues to elude us.
The intro
and my
scene from the
insistence
original
that we
remake
press on in
is so
spite of these
amazing.
failures has morale low. I suspect Jenkins to be the author of this sedition. He simply refuses to accept the possibility that Atlantis is the foundation upon which all known civilizations were built. Increasingly, I find it is Lara alone who remains untainted by academic dogma and open-minded enough to see this truth.
bastante cuerda.
Not to worry. I'll find another way up.
So yeah, that was okay. So that was an interesting little thing she was reading there for a moment. So, in stark contrast to the Survivor timeline, where her father really takes center stage and her mom is sort of kind of like a little bit more in the background, the Tomb Raider Legend Saga actually had her mother front and center, because at the center of it is this mystery of like what happened to Laura's mother. You know, where did she go when she took out the sword from the dais, and did she go to Avalon? Did she go to Helheim? Did she go to Valhalla? You know, it was like this whole mystery that unfolds as the games, proceed. And her father, who's also passed away at this time, Richard Croft, whereas opposed to him being front and center like he is in the Survivor timeline, he's sort of the secondary kind of background character that also kind of helps and isn't also yearns to find out what happened to his beloved wife while he was still alive. And it's interesting how you see these little seeds of the Survivor timeline storyline coming together. Albeit it's a different timeline, but he was just talking about how everybody was sort of starting to write off his theories as sort of myth and not believing him, and Laura was the only one. And it's almost like a funny prediction of where the series was gonna go, and the fact that her father was gonna be written off as some sort of wild kind of crazy conspiracy theorist in the Survivor timeline, and then Laura is working hard to clear his name. So it's interesting to see the series almost kind of it's interesting to see the series almost kind of predict what's going to happen in its own self. And I like how the level in this game actually has you start outside as opposed to inside, and you're playing out the intro cutscene from the first. You're essentially playing out the intro cutscene from the first Tomb Raider, where you open the mechanism of the door, like we saw earlier, and it's really cool. And then, of course, in very remake fashion, you have the similar cutscene where the same cutscene that is where the wolves come out. Unfortunately, kill your poor guy that brought you there. I love how they give Laura that extra range of emotion as opposed to, of course, what they did in the first one. I love that recreation of the first level kind of introduction there, where she faces the door and goes into the unknown for the first time, or at least the first time that we've known her. And yeah, right off the bat, the level recreation is incredible. I mean, you have a beautiful rendition and kind of reimagining of the original level. Another reason why I thought the first game's thing was an automatic weapon. I mean, here it looks very much like it is an automatic kind of mechanism trap that's being set there for any intruders who dare, try to invade or cross the boundaries of their empire, of the native empire, that is. This is one of my favorite game remakes. I mean, they did such a great job kind of making it new and adding all these wonderful things that it's more than a remaster. It's definitely a full remake. Of course, the control scheme is no longer like the original. It's like Tomb Raider Legend, where you auto grab ledges, where you and do all these things. But she's wearing her original outfit. She has the beautiful 3D style menu, like the original Tomb Raider, which is super dope. Croft Manor is back. There's these really cool, very kind of accurate adaptations. So it really does make it a genuine remake as opposed to a reimagining and as opposed to a remaster. You know, a remaster is the same game, just upgraded graphics. You know, great examples of remasters. Code Veronica's Resident Evil HD version for the 360 and the PS3. The Crash Bandicoot and Spyro games. Those are incredible remasters because they were like completely done from the ground up graphics. It was insane. But those are probably the most amazingly gorgeous remasters I've ever seen. So, you know, that's what a remaster is. A remake is the two most perfect the two most perfect examples of a remake are this and the Resident Evil 2002 remake, which was, in my opinion, the greatest remake ever made. It really just stood so true to its original, while also just changing the things ever so subtly to just make it very clear that this is what the creator wanted his original vision of Resident Evil to be, but the technology just wasn't there at the time when he made the first one. Now that it was, when he was able to do the remake, you see now the full vision of what Resident Evil was originally meant to be. And that's super cool. And that's definitely a series I do want to cover in the future as well, especially in terms of Jill Valentine, who is equally my favorite video game female icon heroine alongside Lara Croft. Lara Croft, of course, is my number one, but, Jill Valentine is pretty much my number one as well. I mean, she's literally right there. It's just, Lara was my first, and, it's just incredible. So let's see. So yeah, the first level, the caves level, is pretty awesome so far. Very accurate to what it was. So yeah, remake is very accurate to the original. It's going back to what I was saying, and it changes little things. It changes little things. Maybe does some evolutions to the formula and evolutions to how the level layouts were to make it, even better. Like how Resident Evil Remake had the stairways to go down to Lisa, and had this whole thing of Lisa Trevor being added to the story and her backstory of her tragic story of her family, and it's just the mention was so accurate to the original, just with great additions that further enhanced it. Didn't take anything away. Like everything from the original that you remembered and loved was basically there, with just some great additions to the mansion layout that just made it feel even more amazing than it did originally. And so with the Tomb Raider 3 remake, it's very similar to that, albeit just a bit different. I mean, there's definitely a lot of changes that represent the new gameplay style, like the swinging kind of ropes, the pole swinging, which was definitely not a mechanic in the original first game. It wouldn't be until I believe it was Tomb Raider Chronicles, or was it Last Revelation? I think it was Tomb Raider Chronicles. But yeah, I mean, how incredible is that? I mean, you have these gameplay changes, and you have these gameplay changes and differences in this. These gameplay change differences in this one that really make it stand out and make it a true remake of the original. And a reimagining is something different. A reimagining is sort of, you take the original game and it's very different. I mean, the storyline. Resident Evil 3 remake is the perfect example of a reimagining. Story elements have changed, and I don't mean changed subtly to improve the experience like it was in Resident Evil remake. I mean changed almost entirely. There's portions of the story that are changed almost entirely. In the Resident Evil 3 remake, where, Brad doesn't die in the police station via Nemesis, and now he dies from a zombie bite, and, while which is an interesting change in story, but, or, like, for example, Nemesis no longer has his Type 2 form. He turns into this sort of kind of very animal, kind of tiger-looking, well, not tiger-looking, but a very animal kind of on all fours creature, and then he becomes the big blob that he becomes at the end. So, very interesting things there. That's definitely a reimagining, in my opinion. And so, it wrong because I did it the opposite way instead of the other way. You know what's so cool too about Tomb Raider Anniversaries? They really improved, like, you know, the gameplay and They really improved the smoothness of Tomb Raider Legend and just brought it to a whole nother level. I mean, the gameplay here is so much more fluid even than it was in Legend, and just so it took what Legends did to the formula and just made it even more refined and just really nice. And the game plays like smooth butter. It's insane. And it's very glitch free for most part. I mean, you know, as opposed to Legend, which even had like maybe just a glitch or two. And this game is really rock solid. It just feels so well made. You know, as opposed to definitely Underworld, which has a lot more quirks, unfortunately. Just like, it has a lot more quirks in terms of its gameplay and glitchiness. It's a good thing I opened that door, because I was just close to just getting her killed, though. I think in the amount of time it took me to beat Tomb Raider Chronicles first level, I've gotten through the first levels of Legend and Anniversary. So yeah, like, you know, amazing first level. And so now we're up to Underworld. This is gonna be the last playthrough for the night, first level, that is, because I don't actually have the Survivor series on my PC, so I wouldn't be able to show you guys that without without stopping this stream and starting a new one. And it's getting a little late, so I'm gonna try to just do this last playthrough and night, and then we're all set. The intro scene, which I probably should have showed you guys, it had the mansion blowing up, and there's another like strange looking copy of Lara Croft running around, which we later find out is actually her double, aka Bacon Lara, from the Anniversary remake and the original game. But in this timeline, the events of the first game have different, you know, implications because they connect directly to the events of Legend and Underworld. So yeah, I don't hate Underworld at all. I actually love this game. I mean, the story, I think of the Legend trilogy, this is my, I think of the Legend trilogy, this has the greatest story. I mean, the story in this is phenomenal. And, it really just brought the trilogy to such an awesome epic end. And it was really just something to behold at the time. The story was freaking amazing. The only thing is that, unfortunately, for some reason, Underworld just felt a little bit clunkier than Legend, and especially Anniversary, which was so tightly refined and nicely, smoothly done, well done. And, you know, it just had unfortunately, Underworld just had a clunkier feel. But it's still a very enjoyable game, you know, in terms of gameplay. And there's these really big boasty moments that just are really cool. It's just unfortunate that, you know, some of the gameplay is just clunky. And, some of the level design can be a little frustrating at times as well. But, I mean, you know, to have you start off with Croft Mana Burn, which is another thing that I was sort of sad about. This game, that, you know, Croft Manor didn't make a comeback. But again, you know, like, Croft Manor for some reason always ends up on the chopping block. But I mean, at least for this game, it makes sense. At least for this game, it makes sense because, you know, you have Croft Manor burning and destroyed, you know, at the beginning. I mean, you actually get to play through Croft Manor. You know, technically what I said wasn't true. You do get to play the Croft Manor, just unfortunately when it's burning and being destroyed. So, it's a very different Croft Manor experience than what we're used to. But it makes sense why then Croft Manor wouldn't be playable as its own tutorial level or like intro level like in the other games, because it's been destroyed in the story. So I mean, it's been destroyed, so you have to take into account that it makes sense you wouldn't.
Look out! It's Lara. I know.
That was incredibly shocking. I remember when I first played this game, because I hadn't yet played hadn't beat Anniversary yet when I first started this game. I went back and played it before I finished it, because I think I played like the first level, and I was like, no, I have to play Anniversary to find out what happened. So I went and played it, but when I saw him shooting at Laura, I was in utter shock. I was in shock. I was like, wait, why are they trying to kill? I was like, wait, why are they trying to kill Laura? And he's like, I was like, why are they trying to kill Laura? And he's like, oh, it's Laura. He goes, I know, and still tries to kill her. So they honestly think that their beloved, I guess you could say, boss slash friend, who they've known for all these years and everything, is literally trying to kill them. It's crazy. And it's such a shocking opening, and then they don't find out till later that it's her double. Yeah, guys, so that was pretty much it. Thank you for watching. I didn't get to do the Survivor series just because I don't have them on the PC, but I appreciate you watching, and if you have been, and I hope to just do more content for you guys soon. Happy Women's Month. Women's Day is now officially over. It ended yesterday. I mean, every day is Women's Day.